We are going to build expenses tracker application using MERN stack, and that is MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. And we are going to use React Redux for managing global state in our application, and React Query for managing server state in the application. In case you want to learn more about MERN stack, React Redux, and React Query, then you can check my courses on Udemy. And this course is part of our MERN full stack course, where we covered all the stacks intensively. So in case you want to learn more about MERN stack, then you can check out my MERN full stack course. With this one being said, let's look at the demo for this project. For this one, we are using Tailwind CSS for the UI, and this is the navbar. For the navbar, we have two types, public and private. This is for the private navbar, and that is as soon as a user logs in, we are going to present them the private navbar with the add transaction, categories, and profile, and then the dashboard. And the user can go ahead and log out. And we have the hero section for the features for this application, and that is tracking, filtering, and insightful report. And these are just some static text. So let me go ahead and then log out, and let's start from scratch. As soon as I click on the log out, we have the action being dispatched. So I'm going to register as a new user. I'm going to call this one as Emmanuel and ema@gmail.com, and the password as this, and also as this, and then register. Alright, I have been registered and I have been redirected. I'm going to sign in with this account, and I got wrong login details. Let me provide the right details, and I have logged in. As soon as I logged in, it has taken me to my profile page where I can change my username and also my email, and also change my password. If I say the new password is 123 up to 7, the old one is up to 6, that is 123456. If I update, now as soon as I click on the update, the application has logged me out automatically, unless I log in with the new details as Emma here. And for the password, I'm going to log in with the previous one, and I got invalid login details. But if I log in with the right one, as you can see, I have logged in. If I click on the dashboard, I don't have any transactions yet. Likewise, categories. So the first step is that I have to add a category or categories, and we have either income or expense. I'm gonna click on the income, and I will say I will get my income from my salary, and I can go ahead and edit it, or I can go ahead and then delete it. If I click on delete, it is gone. And let me try to enter again as this, and let me add more. For income, I can say sometimes I may get some gift from my users, and let me add some expenses, for example on food, and then one more for expense as transportation or just transport. Good, so I have these categories, and it's time for me to add a transaction. Here I'm gonna select the type. For income, I'm gonna say I got my monthly salary, that is $3,000, and then a salary for the category, and the date, let me say today's date, and description as my salary for the month, and submit. And transaction has been added. Let me add one more for income. This time around, let me say it's 1,000, and I can say, let me say it's a gift, and let me choose yesterday's date, a gift from my users, and submit. It has been added. So let me get into the dashboard, and I have the graph that represents the total expenses and income. At the moment, we have 2 incomes. All right. And if I go ahead and add an expense, let's see, if I say 2000 and it's on food, let me say it was yesterday, and food, and submit. Let me get back to dashboard, and we have this one for the expense, that is 2000, and this is for the income. If I look at the transactions here, we have them accordingly, and we can filter by date, and then the type, either income, we have it. And if I check my React query, as you can see, my server state is being updating. And if I go ahead and also filter by all types, we have it. I can filter by category, and they are all working as that. So guys, this is what we are going to build. Don't forget to subscribe for more projects like this. With this one being said, let's continue on the next video. Let's begin with the API development for this project before we get into front end. But before we get into that, let's look at the requirements before starting this project. For backend, unless you are familiar with MVC design pattern, and that is model, view, and controller, and how to model data in Mongoose, error handling, authentication and authorization, express routing, middlewares, and for front end, unless you are familiar with React, React Redux, and React Query. In case you are new to this concept or to some of these concepts, we have covered these ones intensively in our main full stack course, so you can check it out to level up your skills. But don't worry, I will explain every code that I'm gonna write. But to appreciate this course and enjoy it most, unless you are familiar with this concept. And even for authentication and authorization, we have built a complete API project for it, so we are going to use that code. So in case you have already gone through that project, then you can skip the authentication and authorization part for this project, because we are going to use the same code. Again, we are going to write all the codes from scratch. With that being said, let's get into VS Code. Before we continue, let me show you the extensions that I'm using in case you may have interest with. For my theme, I'm using what is called Tenacious, which is this one. And also make sure to install MongoDB for VS Code, which is this one. And Prettier for code formatting, which is this one. And also make sure to install React Redux, which is this one. This will help us to scaffold React component pretty easily. And for icon, I'm using Helium icon. And also I have what is called Path IntelliSense and Beta Comment. This one will help us to customize the color of our comment and code spell checker to avoid spelling mistakes as we move on. With this one being said, let's get into code. Alright, I have already created a folder called MERN expenses tracker. I'm gonna have a folder for backend. And right click and open in the terminal. We are going to initialize this project as npm init --yes. This one will give us the default configuration, and this is my package.json file. The purpose for this file is that it's going to help us to track all the packages and some script to run our application. So here, and that is the main, I'm going to use what is called app.js, or you can make it at server.js. But I prefer to use app.js. And then in the folder here, I have to create that file as app.js. Perfect. Now that we have initialized this project, we can go ahead and install other packages. So let's install Express for our server and Mongoose as our database. For the meantime, let's install these ones. Alright, as you can see that the packages has been added over here. So let's have where structured, and that is we're going to use MVC design pattern. So in the backend folder, I'm going to have one folder for model. This is going to contain the schema, the model for our database, and also I'm going to have one for controllers where our business logic are going to be implemented, and I'm going to have one for utils. This one will contain any utility function in our project. And lastly, I'm going to have one for route or just router or route for short. Alright, let's begin with the data modeling. So in the model folder, I'm going to have one file called user.js. I have used uppercase for the model because model are like classes in JavaScript, where we're going to create instances of objects out of this one. So the next one is going to be the category for our project, which is this one. And lastly, I'm going to have one for transactions. And this is all what we need for our project. The category for the expenses, the transactions, and then the user. The category can be, for example, groceries or transportation. And for transaction, it can be, for example, plane ticket from one place to another, and then the user who is creating the transaction, and then the category. Which means that before a user can create an expense, the user have to create a category, and from there, the person will create the transaction. So let's begin with the user modeling. To make our life easier, I'm going to copy and paste the modeling here, and let's explain. We have imported or required Mongoose here, and we got our schema. And schema simply means that it is a blueprint of creating a document. So here, the blueprint are saying that we need the username, and it must be required, the email of the user, and then the password. That's our blueprint. And here we have compiled our schema to form a model, which means that we are going to use user to create instances. Perfect. And also I'm going to provide the code for you, which is this one. As always, we create the schema, and here we provided the user. So here we are making what is called referencing, and that is we want to associate who is creating a category, and we are referencing the user model. Over here, we are using a special type, and that is mongoose.schema.types.objectID, and it is a required field. And for the name of the category, by default, we made it as uncategorized, and the type either income or expense. And down here, we have compiled the schema to form the model. And lastly is the transaction, and this is the code. Let's begin here. We are referencing who is creating the transaction, the type, if it is income or expense, and the category over here. For the category, we normally use the IDs of the category, but for this one, we are using the name of the category. I'm using this approach simply because for the category, it doesn't have much data. So we can embed it as that by using the name, and then the amount of the transaction, the date, and then the description. And down here, we have compiled to form the model as transaction. Perfect. So now that we have the models, let's begin with the user registration. Let's continue in the next video. Let's begin with the user authentication. And we are going to focus on the controllers. And controllers are where our business logic are going to happen. And that is the logics that are going to interact with our model by saving a record, deleting, fetching and by performing other operations as well. So let's begin with the users controller. Here we have 3 models, which means that we're gonna have 3 controllers. One controller corresponds to a model. Alright, so let's begin with the users controller, and for this you can name it whatever you want. Perfect. And for authentication, we are going to install other packages. So let me clear the terminal and make use of npmi, and the first one is called express-async-handler. And this package is going to help us to catch any async errors. And we will need bcryptjs for hashing user password and jsonwebtoken for generating a token and also verifying a token. At the moment, let's install these packages. Alright, they are done. So let's begin with the controllers. First of all, we're gonna have dummy controllers. As you can see the color for my comment, it is because of the extension called beta comment. So if I want to change the color of my comment to something like red, I'm gonna use exclamation mark and also question mark for this color and asterisk for this color. But I prefer to use the red color. Alright, so here I'm gonna begin with the user registration, and as you can see the underline, which means that we have some spelling mistake, and this is possible because of the spell checker extension. And for controllers, this is how I prefer to export. I want to export it as an object, therefore I will say users controller is equal to an object, and here you're gonna have one for register and also logging in, and have one for profile. Let's begin with the registration. So here I will say register as a property, and the value here is going to be my callback function as that, and I have to mark it as an async. Alright, and in here, that is the callback function. Here we have access to request and then the response. The request is what the user is requesting from our application or the server, and then the response is what get back after a user has made a request. So for the meantime, I'm gonna send JSON data and provide a message, and I will say register. Alright, now to be able to handle async errors, we are going to import or require the package as async handler, express-async handler, and to use it, we're gonna wrap our callback function inside. So here, bring in the async handler as a function call, and then cut the callback function here, and then place it inside the async handler as that. And that is it. And lastly, let's export the users controller. Now, how can we call the controller? We need what is called routing. So in the route folder, we're going to have a route that's going to correspond to a controller. Here we have 3 controllers that correspond to the model, which means that we're going to have 3 routes also. So each route will map to the model and also to a controller. Alright, so let's begin with the users or user router.js. And this is how we use routing in Express as const. Express is equal to require express, and then let's get the router from Express as router is equal to express.router. So on the router, we have all the HTTP methods like all, get, post, delete, patch, and others. And since this is registration, we're gonna use post method, and then the path here, I'm gonna use API version 1 and users, And also, let me add what is called register at the end. Then comma here. The next argument is going to be the controller. In this case, users controller. The auto import is fine. All right. So here, I'm going to pass in the user controller. On that, we have the register logic. So here, I prefer to name my router based on the model. So here, I'm going to use what is called user router. Therefore, I have to change this one to that. And lastly, I have to export the user's router as that. And last step is that we have to call the router in our app.js, and that is the main file. At the moment, we don't have any logic. So it means that we're going to create a server for this project. So we need Express, and let's create Express instance as app is equal to Express as a function call. And down here, before that, let's have the port, which is equal to 8000. And then let me use process.env. In production, we have to use the port from our deployment server. Otherwise, we're going to use 8000 locally. And here, you're going to start the server as app.listen. And then pass in a callback function as that. And I will say server is running on this port. And let me inject the port as that. All right, with this one, let's start the server. And to start, we're going to use node-watch. And then the name of the file, in this case, it is called app.js, and that is our main entry file. With this one, we don't need nodemon again, so let's hit enter. All right, the server is running. And if I change something like this and resave, as you can see, the server has been restarted. Now, how can we use the router? So up here, I will say route, and to use it, I'm going to plug in as a middleware as app.use. And a middleware is a function that have access to request and the response object. Here, the first argument is going to be the path. And comma here, you're going to use the user router. The auto import is fine. Now we have complete MVC design pattern. It's time for us to test this one. And to do that, you're going to use what is called Postman. If you don't have it, make sure to download Postman and then log in. And next step is that create a workspace. For me, I have already created my workspace as MERN expense tracker. Next step is that I'm going to have the collection. So click on this and then the blank collection. And I'm going to have a folder for a specific model or controller. The first one I'm going to be the user. So in here, I'm going to have my first request as the register. And then in here for the URL is going to be http://localhost, and then the port is 8000, and then the endpoint is API users and register. All right, and the method here is post. Save it and then send. Well, we got an error, and bad on my side. It is because of this implementation. It's supposed to be the port here. I forgot to pass in the port and then comma here as that. All right, so now let's try out. And now we have the result as register. Now that the controller is working, let's implement the main logic. For this, we will need the user model, which is this. I think unless I resave to have the auto import. And now it worked. And before we can interact with MongoDB, unless we connect to Mongoose. So here, I'm going to require, and we have to connect. and it's going to be as mongoose.connect as a function call, and then .then to consume the promise. I'm going to pass in a callback function as that, and I'm just going to log by saying that db connected, and in case something goes wrong, we have access to the error, and let's log the error. So here, all what we need is to pass in the MongoDB connection string. In case you are not familiar how to get your MongoDB connection string, I'll provide a link for you to show you how to do that. And for these ones, we have done it many times in case you are a student on our main full stack course. Don't worry, I'll provide a link for you to do that. And for me, I have already installed MongoDB locally, so I can use the local connection string, and the name of my DB is MERN expenses. And I want to visualize this one right inside VS Code. This is where the extension called MongoDB comes in. So make sure to install the extension as MongoDB, which is this. After installing, you're going to see something like this. So let me add my connection, and then here click on connect, and then paste the connection string here and enter. And this is my database right inside VS Code. So here the name of my DB is MERN expenses, which is this, without any document in the collection. Perfect. So now let's continue with the user registration, which is this. Here, let's get the payload from the rec.body. So I'm going to destructure from the rec.body. The rec.body contains the information about what the user wants to register with. For this one, we want the user to register with username, email, and then password. Because this is our schema or the blueprint, the one we specified over here, which means that we want username, email, and password and nothing else. And to be able to get what a user is passing in, unless we configure our server to do that. By default, Express does not pass incoming JSON data. So here I will say middleware, and it goes like app.use, and then bring in express.json as a function call, and this one will pass. All right, with this one, if I log the rec.body here in Postman, under the body, select raw, and then make sure to select JSON. And let's pass in the username. The key and value must be in double quotes, and I will say Masintech. And then the email is going to be info@masintech.com. And then the password 12345 and send. Let's check the terminal. And we have the data here. This is what we want to save into our DB. And if I remove this middleware, and if I hit send, as you can see, we got an error, and that is it cannot destructure username from the rec.body because it is undefined, which means that by default, Express does not pass the incoming data unless we pass in a middleware as this one. All right, now we know that we have the data in our controller. It's time for us to save that data in our DB. Let me close all instances and open the controller alone or only. Let me collapse this, and let's continue with the user registration. Next step is that we have to validate. And it's going to be a simple validation, as in case we don't have username, or there is no email, or there is no password, then I'm going to throw new error and then we will say that please all fields are required. We can throw any error from our controller because we have the async handler over here. Because of this, we don't need any try and catch block. And to be able to see the error, we are going to create a middleware to do that. For the meantime, let's leave it as it is. Perfect. Now, next step is that we are going to check if user already exists. Exist is equal to await user model dot find one. We want to find the user by email. This means that in case a user is registering an account with the same email, we are going to prevent that. So here we will need this one. Instead of this, we're going to check in case we have user exists. We will say that user already exists. The next step is that we are going to hash the user password because we don't want to save the plain password in our DB. This is where bcrypt also comes in. So let's require bcrypt, which is equal to require bcryptjs. So here, first, you're going to create what is called sort. And these are the requirements for hashing a user password. And here is going to be await bcrypt.gensort. And by default, we normally use 10 for the algorithm. And then I'm going to assign what is called hashed password, which is equal to await bcrypt.gensort, supposed to be hash instead. And here you're going to pass in the plain password, which is the password from the rec.body. And the second one going to be the sort. And next step is we are going to create the user and save into DB. And it's going to be as const user created is equal to await the user model dot create. And I'm going to pass in the email, the username, and then the password. And lastly, we have to send the response. So here, remove this and provide username. I want to send few properties as user created dot username, comma, email, and I want to send the ID as ID here, supposed to be underscore ID. And that is it. So moment of truth, I'm going to register this user with these payloads. So let me hit send. And I got the user being registered with the ID of this. If I check my DB here, right click, and then refresh. For the users, we have one document. And this is the document that has been registered, and that is Masintech. And we have the password. We still see the plain password simply because we are not saving the hashed one. So in the controller, for the password, it's going to be the hashed one, the one we got from the bcrypt. Now I'm going to delete this user. Right click, delete document. Alright, so let me start again. It has been created. Now refresh. I got it. Now the password has been hashed. We are going to implement login in controller. Let's look at the flow. Here we can decide either we want the user to log in with username or email. But for the password, it is a must. So we can decide either with username and password or email and password. For this one, we're going to use the email. So here, when the user is logging in, we are going to take the email that he or she is providing. And then we compare with the one in the DB, which is this one. And if these two are the same, then we will allow the user to log in. But here we have a challenge, and that is the password. As you can see for this one, we have the random string of characters, which means the user have to provide the exact text as you see over here. But this is tedious and difficult, right? This is where bcrypt comes in. Bcrypt is going to verify the user, and that is the password that the user used to create the account, which is this one, and then compare with the one by using a method called verify. So let's get into it. So in the controllers of users, we have one for logging in. Let's copy everything about the registration. So here you're gonna add login in property, and then our async handler, then our callback function. We have access to rec and then the response, and here we go. First of all, we are going to get the user data, and it's going to be as const. We are destructuring from the rec.body. We want the user to log in with email and then the password. Now we are going to check if email is found or correct, and you're going to use mongoose method as user is equal to await, or let me say check, and you're going to use the user model dot find one. You're going to find by the email. So in case we don't have any user, it means that the user email is incorrect. So here we can throw an error by saying that email is incorrect. But when it comes to authentication, the error messages must be generic but not specific. So here I will say invalid login details or credentials. And then here we are going to compare the user password, and it's going to be as const is match, which is equal to await by using bcrypt.compare. We are going to compare the plain password with the one that has been saved. Remember, we have the user here, so on the user we have the password, and this function is going to return a boolean value. If it is true, it means that it is correct, otherwise it is false. So here, in case it is false, that is match, we are going to throw the same error message. And down here, we are going to generate a token for the user, and we're going to use jsonwebtoken. So let's require jsonwebtoken here as jwt, and here we are going to generate the token which is equal to jwt.sign. We're going to assign a token and assign to the login user. So here pass in an object and specify the properties that we want to use to generate the token. So for the user, we're going to use a unique identifier, and the one that's going to be unique is going to be the _ID, and then comma here the key that we're going to use to generate this one, and you can use any key of your choice. For this one, I will say Masintech. And then comma here, gonna have an object and specify the date that we want to expire this token. If I say 30D, it simply means that 30 days expiration. And lastly, we are going to send the response, and it's going to be as res.json, and send by providing a message by saying that login success, and then send the token, and I want to send the ID. It can be found on the user._ID, comma here. I want to send the email also, supposed to be this, and let me send the username. Last step is that we have to create a route for it. This one is for, I'm gonna have one for logging in, change the endpoint to login, and the controller here is logged in. And I'm gonna have one request, change this one to login. The endpoint here is login. And then for the body, raw JSON, and then pass in the email. The email was info@masintech.com, and then the password is 12345 and send. We got 200, which means that the login was successful. Perfect. And this is a token. If I can verify it from the official website as JWT, and that is jsonwebtoken. If you go to jwt.io, this is the official documentation, and here, and that is under the debugger, paste the token, and after decoding, we have the payload with the ID of this, which means that this is a login user. Let's check the last 3 digits, that is B80. If you check our DB or the login user, we have it as that, which means that this particular token belongs to Masintech. Alright, but in case we provide wrong details, let's see, we have an error, and that is invalid login credentials, which means that the error handling is working, but it is not perfect. Simply because for API development, our error messages must be in JSON format. At the moment, we are returning what is called HTML. And in case you are new to API development, this kind of error messages will be confusing. In the next video, we will implement error handling. We are going to handle errors in a nice way than to use. We are going to implement error handling to catch and throw an error in a JSON format than in HTML. And for this, we're going to use a concept called middlewares. So in the middlewares folder, I'm going to have one file as error handler middleware. And this is how we create error handling middleware. I'm going to assign as error handler, which is equal to callback function as that. For the argument, I'm going to pass in 4. The first one as error, request, response, and next. The error property will contain the error that has been thrown, and then the request from the user, response from the server, and next here is a function given to us by Express. And this function will allow other middlewares to move on to the next middleware. So in here, we are going to send the error in a nice way. So I'm going to use res.json as an object, provide the message, and the message can be found on the error property .message. Remember how we threw an error inside our controller by using throw over here. We have access to the message here on the error property as .message. And lastly, provide the stack. The stack here will contain the file that the error is going to be okayed and which line of code. And that is it. Lastly, let's export, which is equal to the error handler. The last step is that we're gonna plug in as a middleware, and that is it. So in the app here, and that is below all your routes. That is how you should use the error handling middleware as error here as app.use and pass in the error handler. The auto import is fine, and that is it. So moment of truth, if I send, now we have beautiful error message and the stack here, which means which file that this error occurred. It occurred on the user's controller, line number 45. We are going to implement user profile controller and authorization. Authorization simply means that after a user has logged in, we can prevent or allow the user to access some resources. At the moment a user is being logged in, let me try to provide the right data as Masintech here, and the user has been logged in. Now, how can we allow this particular user to access some resources? So in our application, we will check which resources are going to be private. The first one is going to be the private profile. So we're going to have one controller as profile, which is equal to async handler and our callback function, rec and response. So here we are going to find the user, and it's going to be as const user is equal to await user model dot find by ID. And for this, we're going to find the user manually. I'm going to copy the ID for this user and then pass in here as that. We will find a better way to get the ID. This is where authorization comes in. For the meantime, let's check in case we don't have a user. Then we will say that throw new error, user not found. And lastly, let's send the response, which is equal to res.json. For this one, I'm going to send the username, which can be found on the user.username, and then comma here the email. So let's create a route for it. This one is for logging in. Let me have one for the profile. For the profile, it's going to be get method. The endpoint here is going to be profile. The controller is profile. Moment of truth. Let me create one collection or request. Change this one to profile. And the method as get. The endpoint here is profile and send. And this is a profile about the user. At this point, any user can access this endpoint. Either you have logged in or not. So we have to prevent this one. And also, we are manually passing in the ID here, which means that we want this ID to be dynamic. This is where authorization comes in, where we are going to protect this one and also pass the ID dynamically. So in the middleware here, I'm going to have one file as is authenticated or just is off. So we are going to make authenticated request. Let me show you an example how to do it. Remember, to be able to make authenticated requests, unless we pass in the token. And then in the middleware over here, we are going to verify the token using jsonwebtoken. And in case the user is being found, we are going to save the user into the request object so that we can access that user in any controller, for example, the profile, and we're going to use the ID over here. And we will use that ID instead of this one. Let me show you how to pass in a token when making authenticated requests. Under the headers, let's provide what is called authorization. And then for the value, bring in bearer and space, the token will be here. Alright, now if I hit send, I want to access this particular value in my controller to take the token to verify. So how can we access this? We have it on a property called rec.headers. with this one, if I try again and check the terminal, this is the header object. And this is a property that we provided, the bearer here, and then the token. So we are going to extract the token from here. So instead of doing it in the controller, we are going to do it in the middleware over here. So we will need the jsonwebtoken as JWT, because we are going to verify a token over here. So the function goes like this, as is authenticated, which is equal to async, and then the callback function, we have access to the request, response, and next, of which we have already explained. So if I log the request.headers here, we're going to see the same result. So let me export this one. And how are we going to use it? We're going to use it in any route that we want to protect. At the moment, we want to protect the user profile. And for the router here, we can pass in unlimited arguments. So before the endpoint, I'm going to pass in the is authenticated, which is this, and comma. Perfect. Now let's see the flow. First step is that the user will hit this endpoint. So in case this one is correct, we are going to move on to the next middleware. The next middleware here is the is authenticated middleware. Then it will jump into that logic to perform the calculations or the logics. In case in here everything goes on well, we are going to call next. And this next will call the next middleware, in this case the profile. With this one, if I save it and make the request, as you can see, our server is hanging. Can you tell me why is it so? The issue here is that we are not calling next in the middleware. It got to this place, but in this function, we are not calling the next. So as soon as I call next over here, now let me cancel the server. It has been cancelled already. If I hit send, as you can see, it has called the next middleware. And if I check the terminal, we have it as before. So we are going to take the token here and then pass to jsonwebtoken to verify, and that is it. So here we are going to return next in case the token is valid, and that is it. So in here we are going to get the token from the header. I'm going to assign as header object is equal to reg.headers. And if I log the header object, let's do it and send in the terminal. This is the object. We want the token over here. And unlucky for us, this is an object, and the value here, we want the second one. Therefore, we have to convert this object into an array so that we can access the value. So in here, I will say token is equal to header object question mark, meaning I'm using optional chaining to avoid using AND operator. So in case we have the header object, then I want to take the authorization, which is this property. And then we're going to use split to convert into an array. We want to split with empty space and take the second index, in this case this one. So if I log the token, now supposed to remove this one, let's see, and we got the token. Let me provide the right token. So copy the token here, profile, headers, and replace with the right token and send, and we have the token. Next step is that we are going to verify the token is equal to, let me collapse it, jwt.verify, What are we verifying? We are verifying the token we got from the request header, and the second argument is going to be the key that we used to sign this token. Remember, I used what is called Masintech key. If you check in the login in, this is a key that I used. I can provide it in an environment variable, but let's make it simple by hard coding it over here. And then as a third argument, we're going to provide a callback function. We have access to error and then the decoded. The error contains information in case the token is not valid, and then the decoded contains the information of the user. So if I log the decoded, let's see, send, I'm going to see something beautiful. And indeed, we have it as that. We have the ID of the user, and this is called the issue at, and then the expiration at. All right. So we are going to make a condition as in case we have an error, we are going to return false, else we are going to return the decoded, and lastly we are going to make a condition here in case we have the verified token. Then we are going to save the user into the request object. The purpose for this is that we want to access the login user to perform some operations. So here, instead of hard coding this one, since we have the user in the request object, we can access the ID than hard coding it over here. Perfect, right? So it's going to be as rec.user. Remember, the request object is an object, therefore we can add our own property, and the value can be found on the verified token.id. If I log the verified token, it's going to be the same as the decoded because we are returning from here. If I do that and check the terminal, we have it as that, and I want the ID only to be saved into the request object. So in case we have the verified token, we're going to call next here, else we are going to throw an error by saying that const error here is going to be new error, and we will say that token or session expired. And then you're going to call next and then pass in the error. With this one, we can access the login user in any controller that we are protecting. So here, if I log rec.user, let's see, we have it as the ID. So instead of hard coding, we are going to provide as rec.user. Now, let's see, we have it as before. Now, this is dynamic and secured. But in case I provide wrong token, let me tamper with this and send. We got token expired, log in again. We are going to implement updating of user password and user profile. In the controller for users, down here, I'm going to add update or change password. Let me copy this one and paste it, change this one to change user password. And this is the flow. We are going to take the new password from the rec.body. So I'm going to destructure from it as that. So here I will say new password. Next step is that we need to find the user. In this case, this is the finding of the user. And here we are checking if the user is being found. And down here, we know that the user is being found. Therefore, we are going to hash the new password before saving. First step is that we need to get the sort. We are going to implement the same thing we did upon registration, which is this one. So I'm going to copy this logic. And here, I'm going to paste that. Here, we are getting the sort from the gen sort and pass the new password which is this one, and then with a sort. Next step is we are going to update the user field password to the new one. So here we are going to use user.password, and we're going to assign to the hashed password. And last step is that we have to resave the user because we have made changes to it as await user.save. And let me send a message by saying that password changed successfully. And let's have one for updating the user profile. So I'm going to copy this one, paste, and here as update, and here as update user profile. Next step is we're going to take what we want to update, in this case the email and then the username. For the password, we have a specific controller, which is this one. Let me collapse it, and let's remove everything from here as that. It's time for us to update the user, and it's going to be as const updated user is equal to await the user dot find by ID and update. And the ID can be found on the rec.user, meaning that we are going to place this controller behind authentication, and then the second argument is going to be an object. In here, we're going to specify what we want to update. The first one is the username, then we assign to the username, and since the property and the value are the same, we can choose to maintain one, and then the email. As a third argument, we're going to provide an option by saying new to true. This means that we want to return the updated record. And that is it. And here I will say user profile updated successfully, and we can return the updated user, or we can send some properties about the user. Alright, now we are done with the two controllers. We are going to have a route for it, and let me copy one of these, change this one to change password, and it's going to be put method and API update or change password, and then change password unless you are logged in. Next one is the update profile. It is also put method, and here as update dash profile, the controller is update profile. Now let's try out in Postman. I'm going to log in using this as info@masintech.com, and let me see, we have an error. The server is not running. Indeed. Let me run the server, and let me try again. The user is being logged in. Now I want to change my password from 12345 to 123456. So I'm going to have one collection and change this one to change password or update. And the endpoint here, let me check. It is called change password, and it is put method. And we're going to pass in the new password as new password, and remove this. Make sure to pass in the token. Indeed, we have it here, and change this one to 6 and send. I got 200. Password has been changed. Now if I log in with the previous one, and we got invalid login credentials, and if I log in with the new one, now we got it as before, which means that it is working. But we have some caveats here about the error handling. As you can see here, it is 200, meaning everything is okay. But if I change this one to wrong password, I got an error, but I still see status code being set to 200. And this is one caveat about Express error handling, unless we specifically return the correct status code. So let's get into the error middleware, which is this one. I'm going to declare to what is called status code is equal to, on the response, we have the status code. If it is equal to 200, which means that we have an error, but it is returning 200. Because of that, we're going to return 500, and that is internal server error. But in case we have it, then we're going to use res.statuscode. Therefore, we are going to add to the status code as res.status and then pass in the status code. Now with this one, let's try out. And now we got the correct status code as server error, and that is internal server error. Let's have one for updating and change this one to update profile. And then here as update-profile. And then I'm going to update the username to something like Ben, and 200, it is correct. So if I fetch my profile, as you can see, this is my new username. And if I change my email to something like ben@gmail.com, send, correct, it has been updated. If I check my profile, it has been updated. If I log in with the previous credentials, I got invalid login credentials. Change this one to 6. I still got it because I have changed the email as ben@gmail.com. And now it is working. Perfect, right? Let's continue the next video. We are done with the users controller. We are going to focus on the categories. And we have the model already, which is this one. All what we need is the user who is creating the category, the name, and then the type. And that is it. So we are going to follow the same format as we did for the users. And to make our life easier, I'm going to copy and paste and change this one to category controller. And let's rename this one to category. We are going to remove everything from the controllers. This one is for adding, and change or remove this one. And I will say create, and then this one is for fetching as list, and change this one to list. And then also remove everything from here, and then change this one to update, and remove everything from here. And lastly, as delete, change this one to delete and remove everything from here. Likewise, the update up to as that. Alright, so we have empty controllers for creation, getting all, update, and delete. Let's begin with the creation. For the creation, we will need the name, and then the type, and the user. For the user, we can get it from the request object. So let's check or implement some validations, as if we don't have the name or we don't have the type, then we are going to throw new error, and we will say that name and type are required for creating a category. And here we are going to normalize the category name to lowercase and it's going to be as const normalized name is equal to name dot to lowercase, and we're going to check if the type is correct or is valid. Remember, we need the expense and then the income. So I will say valid types, which is equal to an array. The first one is income, and then we have the expense. Even though Mongoose will throw an error in case we don't provide the valid one, but let's try to return our custom error message. So we're gonna say that if the valid types dot includes, then we're gonna pass in the types or the type to lowercase, and here we are going to throw new error, and we will say that invalid category type, and then add the type here as that. We are going to check if the category already exists. But for the category, any user can create a category. Let's say user A has created a category called transport, and user B also created a category called transport. In this case, the category belongs to different users. But you don't want a situation whereby a user A or a user will create a category with the same name. So we are going to find the category by the name and then by a user. So here as check if category already exists on the user or on the user account. So here as category exists is equal to await the category model. Let me resave to have the auto import as category, and then dot find one. For find one, we're gonna find by two properties, the name, and we're gonna assign to the normalized name the one that we have already converted. And then we're gonna find by the user, that's the creator. If it is equal to the login user, it means that the name of the category already exists. For this one, unless these two conditions are true before returning the category. So here, in case we have category exist, supposed to be inside here as that, then we're gonna say that category, then I'll provide the name of the category already exists in our DB. Otherwise, we are going to create, and it's going to be as const category created or just category is equal to await the category dot create, then pass in the name assigned to the normalized name, then the user can be found on rec.user, and lastly about the type. All right, and let's send the response by adding status code 201, and that is creation was successful, and let's send the JSON data as category. And let's get all the categories, and it's going to be as const categories is equal to await category dot find, and here we're gonna find the category that belongs to the login user. I'm gonna pass in user and then get a value from the rec dot user, and let's send as res.json, or let me add the status code 201.json, and then send the categories. All right, so let's create a route for it. It's going to be the same as the user's router, but let me do some housekeeping in the category here. We don't need the user and then the bcrypt plus the JWT. So in the router here, copy and paste, change this one to category router, and then rename all the instances of this by pressing Command and then D multiple times, and change this one to category router. This one is for adding, this one is for listing. For the meantime, let me remove these ones, and here bring in the category controller dot create, and here as categories, and then add the create at the end. And unless you are logged in, so bring in the is authenticated. All right, and for listing, it's going to be categories and then list. Change this one to category controller dot list, and let's mount this in the app.js, and we have one for the users. This one is for the category router. Perfect. Moment of truth. Let's get back to Postman, and this is for users. Duplicate and rename this one to category, and the first one is create or add, and the endpoint is categories dot create, and make sure to pass in the token. Under headers, provide authorization bearer, and let's get the token from here upon logging in, and then provide as that. And under the body, we're going to provide the name of the category. Let me call this one as food, and then the type here is going to be expense, and that is it. Let's add 201. Indeed, we got it as that with the user who created the category. If I add one more, I will say salary, and then it's going to be income. I got it. But if I provide invalid type, for example, this one, we got an error, and that is invalid category type of this name, which means that it is working. And if I try to create the same category with the same name, I got category already exists. Now let's have one for fetching all the categories. So let me remove these ones and have one for getting as list is get method, and here as list, and I think we have an error. Let's see, cannot get API categories and list. Let me check the route. Supposed to be get here, but on my side, and now you got empty, where I have provided the token also, where I forgot to pass in the middleware as that. This means that in the controller for getting, let me show you something here. The name is undefined, therefore it's going to return empty record. With this one, I have all the categories that has been created, that is food and then the salary. Now that we have the categories and the user controllers, we are going to focus on the transactions. We already have the model, and all what we need is the user who is adding the transaction, the type, the category, and like I said that for the category, we are going to use the embedded way by referencing the name only without the ID. For this, we can easily filter transaction by category, and by default, we have it as uncategorized, and then the amount, the date, description, and that is it. So let's have the controller for it. It's going to be the same as the category. So I'm going to rename this one to transaction category. Supposed to be transaction controller instead. And let me rename all instances of this one to transaction controller. All right. This one is for adding and this one is for getting all. So let's remove the logics inside here with the exception of the validation, and remove that, or even this one also. And then for the list, remove this, and for update, we will get there very soon. But for the transaction, we want the type without the name, so remove that. And we're gonna have the category, and then the amount, the date, and then the description as that. For this one, we want the type and then the amount be a required field. So all, and then the date also. Even though we have the created at by using the timestamp, but sometimes a user can record a transaction in the past. That is why we are giving the flexibility for the user to select a date upon adding a transaction. So we have the simple validations here, and we will say that type, amount, and date are required. All right, then here we are going to create the transaction, and it's going to be as const is equal to await transaction model. The auto import is fine. Dot create, and we want the user. It can be found on the rec.user. We want the type, we want the category, we want the amount, we want the description, and that is it. And here we are going to send the transaction to the user, and that is it. And for getting all the transactions, is going to be the same as we did for the categories. So here as const transactions is equal to await transaction.find, and then pass in the user, meaning that we want to find all the transactions that belongs to the login user. And let's send as transactions. We can ignore the status code. All right, so let's have a router for it. It's going to be the same as the category. Copy and paste as transaction router, and let's rename all instances of that. And here as change this one also to transactions. All right, or I can say add for this, or create. Let me use create, and then the controller here is create. So let's bring in the controller as transaction controller, and let's replace with this one. All right, let's mount this one in the app. All right, here as transaction router, the auto import is fine. Now, moment of truth. Let's get into the Postman. Now, let me remove this one, and then copy the category one, change this one to, and add, change this one to transactions, and provide the type. The type here is going to be expense, and then the amount, I will say $200, and then also provide the date. The date is going to be the description, I will say buy food, and then category, let me say bought instead, and then the category I'm gonna reference. So let's get into the DB for the categories. I want one. Let me see. Well, I think the status code for this one is wrong, supposed to be 200. So let's get into the categories. For getting all, 200, and for creation is 201. I'm going to log in as, because the login user for this don't have any categories yet. So let me use the Ben's one as ben@gmail.com and copy the token here. Let's get into the getting of the categories and provide the token here. And now we got 200. I want the name as food for the expense. So let's get into the creation. And the category here is expense. I think that's all what we need. The type, amount, category, and date. So moment of truth. And we got 200, which means that it has been created. Let's change this one to 201, that is created. Transaction here for the creation. As you can see, it gave me 200. Let me see. Supposed to be 201. So let's add the status code by ourselves as 201. All right. And try again, and we got it as that. We have duplication of transactions, which is this one. So it's time for us to get the transactions. Let's get here and then copy this for getting all, paste that, and change this one to list. And let me provide the right token. Let me log in, or let me get into the add of the transaction. We have the header here. Copy the token and back to the getting all. Replace with this, and let's see. And we have the two transactions being added. This means that the login user has two transactions. But for this controller, we are going to implement what is called filtering. But let me add one more transaction, and I'm gonna give this one as income, and then the amount is 500. The date is this one. Description, let me say my salary, and then the category as salary, and add. Let me get all transactions. We have 3, 1, 2, and then the last one as that. We are going to improve the getting of all transactions controller by including filtering, because we want the user to filter transactions by start date, end date, type, and category. Therefore, I'm going to rename this one to get filtered transactions, and this is the logic. I'm going to remove everything from here. We are going to get the payload from what is called query. So here I'm going to destructure from the query as rec.query, and here we will need the start date, the end date, the type of the transaction, and then the category itself. When we say query, it simply means that They are the additional payloads that we append at the end of an endpoint. And these payloads are optional, and they always begins with question mark. So whatever we provide after the question mark becomes the query. As soon as I do this one, click on the params here. And here we have empty params. So if I say that I want to filter by start date, and if I say 2024, then the month and the day as that. And we can access this value in the controller on the rec.query. If I log the rec.query, let's see in the terminal, I have an error, which is got an error. Let me see where the problem is. Transactions router. Well, because I have renamed this one, we have to also provide the right controller. Instead of list, it is now get filtered transactions, and now it is happy. If I hit send, as you can see, we have the query here. So we are going to take this one by performing some MongoDB or database operations. So let's get into the transaction controller. At this point, we know that we have access to the values on the rec.body as that. So let's also add the end date. So let's say that I want to filter transaction. Let me cancel it. Let's say I want to filter transaction by start date and then the end date. To add more query, we're going to use the end operator. As you can see, it has been added here. Or we can add it here by saying that end date. And I will say 2024 and then the month as that. Alright, so you can see that it has been appended to it as that. And if I want to add one more query, is going to add the end operator here. So in here, if I say that the category is equal to food, as you can see here, it has been added as that. And then the type here, and I will say income. If you look at the transaction, let's check in the DB, MongoDB here, connections, and MERN expenses, transactions. We have the type here, the category, and then the date. Likewise, this we have the type, category, and date. And then last one, we have it as category and then the type as that. With this one, if I send, well, I'm not performing any logic in the controller. Let me close all instances of this. So if I log these ones, I'll have in the terminal as that. So we are going to take this one and then pass to the MongoDB for querying. Remember, we are going to include the user, which means that we want to filter all transactions that belongs to a particular user, and that is a login user. Because if you check on the transaction here, we have the user here. All right, so let's build up our query object. So I'm going to remove this, and I will say let filters equal to empty object. Remember, this is an object, therefore we can add additional properties. So before that, let's perform the querying here as const, and I will say transactions is equal to await, and then transaction dot find. And remember, we can pass in what is called query here. So object, if I say user is equal to rec.user, as we did before, we're gonna get the same result. And I will say transactions here, and let's try out. Where we have an empty object here, simply because, let me see, supposed to work. Transaction, or supposed to be this one instead. Yeah, this one. Good. We have it. At the moment, we are not including these ones into it. And if I say that the start date supposed to be on the date, remember we have the date field. So the date field, I'm going to assign to the start date. Remember, we have the start date here. So it means that unless these values are true before returning the result. So let's try out. And we have empty array, which means that we don't have any transaction that the start date is equal to this one. Let's check in the DB and let's see the date, which is this one. So if I copy this and then back here and provide it as this, and now we got the value. So which means that our filterings are working. Let's make it more flexible by not passing in the object here directly, but we can assign to the filters object here. So if I remove this, and then in here, I'm going to provide the filters here. By default, we're going to add the user, which can be found on the rec.user. So this one is the same as before, and indeed we got the result. All right. Next step is that since these are optional, a user might provide the start date or the end date or the category or the type. So we have to implement a condition. So here, in case the user provided the start date, then we are going to add the filtering to the filters object. So here we're going to take the filters.date. Remember, the filter here is an object, therefore we can add additional properties, which is equal to object by spreading the previous filters. And here we're going to use MongoDB operator as $ greater than or equal to, and then pass it to the new date object, which is this, and pass in the start date. So this means that the start date must be greater than the value on the date of this particular transaction. So if I go ahead and hit send, we have it as before. Now let's provide more meaningful date here than using the timestamps here. All right. So this one, let me add this one also to it. Good. This means that this date is more than or equal to the date of these transactions. So therefore, we're going to add all the conditions together in case we have the end date. And then we're going to spread all the filters and change this one to less than or equal to the end date. And in case we have the type, and the type here, for this, we're going to assign to the type instead of date. So here change to type, and then provide the type here as that. And then for the category, we're going to have different conditions. So let me provide the category here. Remember, a category can have a name called all, or a value called all, or uncategorized. But unlucky for us, we don't have the all value on the transactions. So we have to take this one into consideration. So here we're going to check if the category is equal to all. We're going to pass this one from the front end. This means that we're going to return all the categories. All right. So in here, in case we have that, then it means that no category filter needed when filtering for all. So let me provide the comments as that. Else, that is else if the category is equal to uncategorized. Make sure to type as it is the way we specified in the model as uncategorized. Then we are going to filter for transactions that are specifically categorized as uncategorized. Therefore, you're going to take filters.category, which is equal to uncategorized. Else, you're going to take the filters.category is equal to the category. And that is a standard category filter for specific categories. And this is where we're going to perform the MongoDB operations as const transactions is equal to await transaction.find. And then I'm going to pass in the filters. And here we are going to sort by adding sort. And I'm going to sort by date. And here is supposed to be an object. The date, the value here is going to be -1, meaning that newest first. And that is ascending and in a descending order. I think I have the transactions here, so remove this. All right. And let's send the response as that. So, moment of truth. Now, if I hit send, and we have an error, and that is can't use date with date. The issue here is the filtering. It's supposed to be filters.date. Yeah, as that. Now, let's see. And we have empty record. Now, let's add these ones step by step. Remove these ones, and let's send. We are finding all transactions that the value on the date is more than this one, which means that the value on the date is this, which is more than this. And the end date, I want it to equal to the provide this one. And if I say the end date must be less than or equal to the date, so if I say March here, we have empty record. And if I provide, let me say the type here is equal to income, and we have it, we only have one. If I say expense, we also have one. And then and the category is equal to food. We have one. Indeed, we have the category equal to food. But if I say the category is equal to salary, you're going to see empty response, which means that our filterings are working. We are going to add updating of transaction. And in the transactions controller, we have the empty data here, or empty logic. So first of all, we are going to find the transaction by ID. And it's going to be as transaction is equal to await transaction.find by ID. And the ID can be found on the rec.params. Params are the values that begins with the colon, but for queries, it begins with question mark. Alright, so the next step is that we are going to check in case we have the transaction, and also we're going to check in case the login user is the author or the creator of the transaction that he or she wants to update. Remember, we have the user on the transaction, and I'm going to convert to a string because I want to compare two strings. It is equal to the rec.user.toString. Remember, the IDs for MongoDB are objects. And when comparing objects, remember objects are being passed by reference. And to make sure that we are comparing two values, we're going to convert to strings. Alright, so in case it is true, then we're going to update the properties. When it comes to the updating, we have two methods, either to use the .save or the find by ID and update. For this one, we are using the .save. on the transaction, we have the type. In case the user is providing rec.body, or we can even destructure, but let's maintain this one as type. In case the user provides the type, use that. Otherwise, use the value from the transaction.type. Alright, let's have one for the category. I have selected all instances, and then the next one is going to be the amount, and then after that we're gonna have the date, and then we're gonna have the description, and this is where we are going to update. So I will say update and is equal to const updated transaction is equal to await the transaction found dot save, and let's return the updated transaction, and that is it. Let's also implement the deleting. So here we're gonna find by ID as before, and we're gonna check if the transaction found belongs to the user that want to delete the transaction. So it follows the same principles, but the logics here that differs. So remove this one and that. We are checking on the transaction in case we have one. We are checking on the user. If it is equal to the login user, then we can go ahead and then delete the transaction, and it's going to be as transaction dot find by ID and delete, and it can be found on the rec dot params, that is the ID, as that. For this one, I'm not returning the deleted document, so here I just want to send a message as res.json and message as transaction removed. So let's get back to the route, which is this, and then transaction router, and duplicate. This one is put method transaction update, and then colon ID. This is what we call the params. We use the ID here because we are specifying it in the route as ID here, and change this one to update, and then also update and copy and paste. This one is delete, and then delete, and then delete. We need the ID and then delete. All right, so let's get back to Postman, and then transaction here, copy and paste, change this one to update, and then transaction here, the update. Let's provide the transaction that I want to update. So I'm gonna copy, let me remove the queries here. I want to return all the transactions. I want to update the income with a description, my salary. So let's get into the update, change to put method, and then provide the ID, and make sure to provide the token here. And then for this, I want to update the amount. So let me remove and change the amount to something like 900, and we got it as 900. If I want to update the category, change this one to category, and I will say supposed to be double quote as, let me see, we have it as salary. I'm gonna change this one to food, and it has been updated. Then the description, change, I will say that description updated, and we have it as that. The next one is going to be delete. Change this one to delete, and then provide the delete here, and then send. Supposed to be delete method, change this one to delete, and transaction removed. If I go to list here, I will not see the salary one, and indeed it has been removed. We are going to implement updating of a category. In the controllers for the category, this is the empty logic. Let's look at the flow. When we update a category, we also want to update the value of the category in the transaction. Let's see, in the database here, we have a category called food and then the salary. Let's say I want to update the category of food to groceries. It means that in the transaction that has a category called food, we also want to update to groceries. So it means that we are going to perform two MongoDB operations. And we are using this approach because on the transaction, we are saving the name of the category here without the ID. But in case we are using the Mongoose ID, as soon as we update, it will be updated here automatically. So let's continue with the logic. So in the controllers for the category, the first step is that we have to get the ID of the category that we want to update, and we can get it on the category ID on the rec.params. Then we are going to the structure what we want to update as rec.body, and we want the user to provide the type of the category and then the name here as that. And remember, we have to normalize the name, meaning that we want to convert to lowercase. Normalized name is equal to name to lowercase as we did before. And we are going to find the category as const. Category is equal to await the category model dot find by ID, and the ID can be found on the category ID. We are going to check if the login user is the one that wants to update the category. So here we have it as in case we have the category, then on the category also we have the user property. If it is equal to, let me change or convert to string. If it is equal to the login user as rec.user.toString, the login user is the author for this one. So let me add one bracket here as that. So we are going to convert this one to false and also false as that, which means that in case we don't have the category and also the login user ID is not the same as the one that has been saved on the category, we are going to throw an error, and the error goes like category not found or user not authorized. Now here we are going to update the category, and remember we are going to update the transaction category also. So I'm going to assign a property or variable called old name, and that is the old category name is equal to the category dot name. This means we are storing the old name to identify the affected transactions, and then we are going to update the categories properties. So I will say as that, and it goes like the category dot name. Then you're going to assign to the name from the rec.body here, and then the type as category dot type is also equal to the type. And lastly, we have to save the category. So I'm going to say that const updated category is equal to category, let me await the category found dot save. That is the instance of the category found over here. Now we are going to update any affected transaction. So here as update affected transaction that has the category. So here we are going to check if the old name is not equal to the updated category on that we have a name. It means that the user has updated the category to something else that has a value on the transaction. So here is going to be await the transaction model. Let me see, do I have the auto import? I'm not sure. Let me check up here. We don't have the transaction. So let me resave to have the auto import down here as transaction. Perfect. Dot update many, meaning that you want to update many records. So here I'm going to provide the queries and provide object. The first one is a user, and the value can be found on the rec.user, and also the category the user is providing if it is equal to the old name. Then as the second object, let me bring it here as that, and then the second object is going to be the operator, and we're going to use $.set, and .set is going to set new values on the properties. So here the category is now equal to the updated category .name. All right, and lastly we are going to send the response, which is this as res.json, and then the updated category. Perfect. And let's also implement the deleting. It's going to follow the same process. So here I will need the category found, which is this, and then we're going to find the category that we want to delete, and here I'm going to pass in the params.id as that. Then here we are going to make a condition that in case we have a category, and then on the category.user, and then convert to a string, if it is equal to the login user as rec.user.toString, it means that this category belongs to the login user. Therefore, we are going to update transactions that have this category. And I'm going to have the default category. Remember, we have the default category as uncategorized. So here we are going to fetch a default category, and it's going to be as await transaction.update many. And here we're going to provide the object, and that is the user field if it is equal to the rec.user, and then the category is equal to the category._id, and that is the category found over here. So all what we are doing over here is that in case a user deletes a category, therefore we're going to update that field with uncategorized. Let me show you something here in the database for the transaction. Let's say that a user has deleted a category called food. Therefore here will be undefined, and we don't want that. So as soon as a user deletes a category, we are going to automatically assign uncategorized to the category. That's all what we are doing over here. So the next one is going to be the properties that we want to update. So bring one more object as that, and use $set and object. The category now is equal to the default category. All right. So now we can remove the category, and it's going to be as await category.find by ID and delete, and the ID can be found on the rec.params.id, and let's send the message else here that is after the if, we are going to send res.json, or we can throw an error, or let's just send the response as res.json, and we will say that category not found or user not authorized. All right, so moment of truth. Let's get into the route here for the category. You're gonna have one for update. Change this one to put method, and then update, and then colon ID. Change this one to update, and then the delete. Change the method to delete, and this one to delete, and then the controller also to delete. It's time for us to try these endpoints or controllers, and I'm going to delete the database here to start from scratch, and also the transactions. I'm going to leave the users only. So first of all, we are going to create a new category. For this one, I'm going to use salary here and send. It has been created, and if I fetch, indeed I have the category as that. Let me add one more. For this one, I'm going to use food, and it is expense, and add. Let me fetch all of the categories, and we have them as that. So I'm going to create 2 transactions for each of the category. So I'm going to begin with a salary. So the transaction here, I'm going to provide the date as that, and then the category as that, and then the type here is going to be income, and add. I'm going to add one more transaction. This is going to be expense. The amount is something like this, and then the date, change this one to something like this, and then the category here is called food. Now let me add. Perfect. If I fetch all the transactions, I have them as that. So I'm going to update the first category from food to groceries. So I'm going to add one more request, and then change the name to update, and the endpoint here is update, and let me provide the ID. I'm going to use the salary one, so I'm going to copy the ID and then provide it here as that. Change the method to put, and then for the body, I'm going to change the name here to groceries, and update. It has been updated. If I check the transaction, it will be changed to the groceries, and indeed we have it as that. I'm going to delete the food category. So if I fetch all the categories here, I have groceries and then the food. I'm going to delete the food one. So as soon as I delete, it will update the category for the transaction to uncategorized. Let's see, we have it here as food. But before that, I think we made some mistake here. So let's fix that. In the transaction, the categories instead, that is the controller. Here, instead of using the ID, we are going to use the name of the category. All right. With this one, I'm going to delete. So I'm going to copy this and then change this one to delete. I'm going to delete the food category. So copy the ID, and then for delete, change the method to delete. Then the endpoint, change to this one. All right. So as soon as I hit send, we got an error. Supposed to be, let me expand. Instead of update, it is called delete here, and send. Category removed and transactions updated. If I fetch, all the transactions, I'm going to see uncategorized. Let's see. And we got it as uncategorized. Now, these two endpoints or controllers are working. I can say that we are done with the API development. What has left is the front end. Let's get into it in the next video. The API development for this project is complete. But in case we lack some features behind or we have to fix some bugs, definitely we will come back and do it. Otherwise, we are going to focus on the front end. And for the front end, we are going to use React Redux and React Query. In case you are new to this concept, we have covered them intensively in our main full stack. So in case you are a student, then you can check those sections. But if you are new, then you can consider enrolling in our course. But don't worry, I will explain every bit of code that I'm gonna write. But to appreciate this, unless you are familiar with React Redux and React Query. And this is a backend folder. Here, I'm gonna add one folder called frontend or client. And I'm going to open that in the terminal. And let's create React application. We are going to use Vite to generate React application, or you can use create React app. And from there, we will install RTK or Redux Toolkit for global state management and Tanstack Query for managing server state. If you want to learn more about Tanstack or React Query, I have a specific course on that. And for the UI, we are going to use Tailwind CSS. At this point, I don't expect you to be familiar with Tailwind CSS because I'll provide you with a template. And Formic to handle forms in React, we're going to use Yelp for form validations and Axios to make HTTP requests. Alright, so let's begin with the Vite, and that is the generating of React application. Click on the get started, and then down here, click on this snippet. You can use npm or yarn or pnpm or ban. I'm going to use npm, so copy that. Back to the project, I have already created the folder as front end, and then paste that. It is asking for the project name, but we have it already as front end. So here I'm going to use period and then enter. I'm going to select React, JavaScript, and next step is that we are going to install all the packages by using npm I and enter. All right, it is done, and this is our React application. Next step is we are going to install Redux, and that is Redux Toolkit. So click on the get started, and let's look at the installation. Copy this one back to the terminal, paste that, space, and we will need what is called bindings. Remember, we can use Redux with any UI layer or library, but in case you want to use with React, we have to install the bindings, and that is the React Redux. Copy that and then paste it here and enter. Redux is done, so let me close this. Next step is Tanstack Query. If you go to tanstack.com/query and latest, we are going to use version 5 by the time of watching this video. So click on the read the documentations. And the purpose for React Query is that it is going to handle server state for us. For example, loading, caching, error handling, and other properties that we don't have to care about. But in case we are using only React Redux, unless we implement all these ones from scratch. Alright, so you will appreciate this as we move on. So click on the installation, and then this is the snippet. Copy that, back to the terminal, paste that, and let's scroll down. And here, click on the quick start. we are going to install what is called DevTools, and then let's look at the installations. This is all what we need. Copy that, and then back here, paste that, and then enter. The dev2 over here works similar to Redux dev2. We can see all the HTTP requests with their states inside this dev2. Alright, so next step is that let's install Tailwind CSS. So click on Get Started and then click on the Frameworks Guides, and we are going to use it with Vite. In case you used with Create React App, then you have to follow these steps. Alright, since we are using Vite, we're going to follow the step over here. And first step is that we have to create our React application, and we are done with that. Next step is the installation of Tailwind CSS. So you're going to install this one by copying this, and then back to the terminal, paste that and enter. Alright, it is done. Next step is that copy this one and we're going to place it inside the tailwind.config.js. So if I open the folder here in the front end, this is tailwindcss.config. Replace with this one, and let's look at the next step. We're going to add these directives into the index.css. Copy that, back to the project, SRC, index, and then replace with this. And next step is that npm run dev, and let's use this JSX to confirm that indeed Tailwind CSS has been installed. So in the app.jsx, I'm going to remove everything from here and then paste that and remove this one also. Likewise, these guys. Alright. And let's run this project. But before running, let's install the Formic. Click on that. And down here, npm install, copy that. Paste it, space. You're going to install Yop for form validation. And this one works with Formic. So let's install Yop. And lastly, Axios as our HTTP client as Axios, and enter. Alright, it is done. So let me clear it and run by using npm run dev. Alright, it is running on this port. Copy that, back to the application, paste that, and this is our React application with all the packages being installed. Let's check the terminal. We don't have any error. And I forgot to show you that we have to install what is called React icons. Click on this one, and then down here, copy the installation, that is npm install react-icons, and let me add a color to this one as text-red, and then the opacity as 500, and let's wait while this one is installing. It is done, so clear it and run the application, and let's check. As you can see, Tailwind CSS has been also configured and installed successfully. Now that we have all the packages being installed, it is time for us to get into the main logic for this project. We are going to implement navigations using React Router DOM, and we forgot to install the package. So let's just do that. I'm going to shut down, clear it, and then use npm I react-router-dom. Alright, it is done. And like I said that we are going to focus on the main logic than the UI. Because of that, I have provided the template for you, and in the template we have all these folders. In the alert, we have this component that's going to display alert messages like success, error, or loading. And then for the off route, we have empty logic, and we will get there. And in the category, for adding the list of categories, for updating, and then the home page here, and the navbar, we have private and public. For transactions, we have the filter section, transaction, chart, transaction form, and transaction list. We are going to take each of these step by step. Alright, so let's begin with the home page. Because of that, we have to configure application to use React Router DOM. So in the SRC, I'm going to create one folder called components. And then in the template, I'm going to use the first one as home page. So place it inside that as home. Perfect. So let's get into the app.js inside the SRC. This is where we're going to configure using React Router DOM. So up here, let's require browser router. And then you also need what is called route. And then route. These are going to be high order components. So we have to wrap our application to use browser router. And then in here, bring in the route. And then inside is going to take the individual route. And for this, it takes in these props. The first one is a path, meaning at which path that we want to render a component. So here provide element equal to that. And this path simply means home page. So at the home page, we are going to display or render the home component. Let me resave to have the auto import, and let's do that as home page here, or I made it as hero section. Yeah, the same as the home page, and then close it as start. Now let me start the front end and refresh, and this is the home page. We have the React icons and how it works, and some testimonies and call to action over here. For these ones, you can customize the text to suit your need. And let's also render the navbar. So let me collapse this one, and up here, this is where we're going to display the navbar, because we want the navbar to be available on all the components. And we have it in the template, which is navbar. Copy that. And then in the component, in the SRC, these are the navbars. We have two types, private and public. If you are logged in, we're going to show the private. Otherwise, we're going to show the public navbar. For this one, we are using Tailwind CSS. And because of that, unless we install headless UI /React. So let's get back to the terminal, shut down, npm I, and we also need the hero icons from Tailwind CSS. Copy that, paste it, and then enter. Was supposed to be npm I instead, which is that. All right, cool. We have it as that. And let's run the application. And for some reasons, we don't see the navbar, or I forgot to import it. Yeah, I have to bring it here as public navbar, which is this one. All right. And this is the public navbar. We are going to work on the login in and then the registration. So when I click on the login, it points to the /logged in. So let's look at the public navbar, and let's locate where we have the links. This is the text, and then this is the register path using link component, and this is the text, and then this is the login in. So we are going to render the login component to match this particular path. Likewise, the register. So in the app.js, copy and paste, change this one to logged in. And in the template, let's copy the users folder and then place it in the component under the SRC. In the users folder, we have the dashboard, logging in, register, and user profile. Let me remove the register copy here. Let's begin with the login in component. For this one, we don't have any logic yet. Don't worry, I'll take you through step by step. And then bring in the login form. And then we will need the register also as register. And then register unless I resave. All right. And then in the app, register. And there we go. We have the paths that matches the one that we have specified in the nav bars here. As you can see, this is the login in and this is the sign up. Now that we have these components, what has left is the main logic. Let's continue in the next video. We are going to configure our application to use React Redux and also React Query. Let me give you the differences and the purpose for these two libraries. We are going to use React Redux for managing global state. We are not going to use React Redux to make any asynchronous request or async request. And the purpose for React Query is that it is going to handle the asynchronous request by managing server state. In this way, we are going to write less code when you get to React Redux. So all what we're going to do here is that it is going to be the responsibility of React Query to make the request. And after we got the data, the React Query is going to give the data to React Redux and save it in the global state. Because of that, we have to configure React Redux. And we have already installed the packages. So in the SRC, I'm going to have one folder called Redux. And inside, I'm going to have 2 or 3 folders. One is called Slice. A slice is a piece of feature in your application. So for this application, we have categories, transactions, users, dashboards, and others. So each of these represents a slice. But since we are going to use React Query for managing server state, we are going to manage only one slice, and that is users authentication. So inside, I'm going to have one file called offslice.js and then one folder called store. The store here is going to contain all the data in the application at one central place. I'm going to have one file called store.js. And then in the off slice here, we are going to use only one API called create_slice from React Query. The create_slice. The create_slice is going to automatically generate the reducers and actions. When we say a reducer in Redux, reducers are functions that's going to take the initial state in our store plus the payload from an action to make changes to our application. So here we're going to have what is called initial state. And for this one, we have a project on that where we build a complete MERN authentication project using React Query and Redux. So here, bring in the create_slice, and as an object, I'm going to specify what is called name. The name here is going to be the action type. The action type determines the kind of action that you want to take. In this case, the action is about authentication. And make sure that the name is unique. But since we are going to have only one slice, we're going to have only one action type. and we're gonna see the value for this one in Redux DevTools. All right, so comma here, and then the initial state as an object. In here, we're gonna specify the data that we want to store. In case we are building a blogging application, we can have post as an array. We can also have comments also as an array. We can have what is called the individual post as an object, and then it's loading, and by default we will say false. All right, but since we're going to manage only one slice, I'm going to associate to what is called user. By default it is null. All right, we are done, and next step is the reduces as that, and it goes like this: reduces, then assign to an object, and in here we're going to provide our action. The action here is going to be logged in action as a function call or as a callback function, and this is where the magic begins. In the callback function here, we have access to two arguments. One is the state. The state here contains all the information in the store, in this case the initial state here. And then as the second argument, we have access to what is called action. The action is what the user wants to take. For example, logging in. When a user logs in, we're going to get what is called the response or feedback. This is what we call the payload. So we have access to the response when you make the request on what is called action.payload. So in this case, React query is going to make the request to the backend. And from there, we're going to get the response or the data. This is what we call the payload. So React query is going to give that data to Redux for dispatching, and we can access the data on a property called action.payload. So in here, we are going to update our state by taking the state on that we have the user, and we're going to assign to action.payload. Let me show you here at the backend. When I log in, as you can see, we got the result. This is what we call the payload. And this is what React query is going to pass to Redux to place it in our store. And that is it. Next one is the logging out. So here is going to be as logged out action. And then we have access to the state and then the action. And then in here, we're going to update state.user is equal to null, meaning that we have removed the user data. And here we are going to generate the actions. In case we are using traditional Redux, unless we create the actions by ourselves. So here we are going to export const, and then supposed to be equal to the create slice. Well, let me assign the slice here to a variable as of slice. You can name it whatever you want. What comes back from this, we can use to generate the actions and then the reduces. So here you're going to access the logged in action and then the log out action, which are these ones. Perfect. And lastly, we're going to generate the reduces. And it goes like this: export is equal to the of slice dot reducer, and export default the of reducer. We are going to map this one in our Redux store. And when using RTK or Redux Toolkit, configuring the store is much easier. So in here, we will need what is called configure store. And it goes like this: export const store is equal to configure store, and then pass in the reducer, and then I'm going to assign to a property called off, and then the off reducer. I have the auto import. That is our off reducer here. And that is it. Last step is we have to wrap our application with Redux. So let's get into the main.jsx and let's require our store configurations, which is this one, and then provider from React Redux, the provider. So in here, we're going to wrap our application with the provider from React Redux. So let's place the app inside. It takes in one prop, and that is the store, and pass in our store configurations. And that is it. So let's check our application, and everything is working fine. And I have my dev2 extension. As you can see, this is my state, which is user is equal to now. In case you don't have this, then go to your extensions, that is manage extensions, Chrome store, and then search for Redux, and I have already installed. Perfect, right? And this is our dev2 extension. Now Redux has been configured successfully. What has left is React query. Now that we have configured React Redux, let's also do the same thing for React query. As I spoke about, React query is going to use to manage server state. So we are going to configure that, and we have already installed the version 5. So let's read the documentation by clicking on this. For this one, we are going to use only 2 APIs or hooks, and that is the use queries and mutation. So here, we're going to use what is called queries. And queries are used to make a request that involves get method, and that is getting something from a server. And we're going to use a hook called use query. And lastly, we're going to use what is called mutations. This means that making HTTP requests that involves, for example, post, put, patch, or delete. And that is making changes to a server, and we're going to use a hook called use mutation. And like I said, that in case you want to learn more about React query, then you can check my course on that on Udemy. Alright, so let's continue with the configurations. Let's get back to code for me to show you how you're going to do that. We're going to implement it in the main.jsx as we did for Redux. So here, we are going to require, or let me copy and paste, and then change this one to TanStack. What we want is called query client, and then query client provider. Alright, so here we're going to create the instance, which is equal to const client is equal to new query client, and inside we can pass in some configurations. So here as query client, this one. In here we can pass in some configurations to customize TanStack query, but let's leave it as default. And all what we need is to wrap inside the app. So in here, bring in the query client provider, and then place the app inside. And in here, we're going to pass in what is called client, and then pass in our client instance here as client. I believe at this point, you've seen the pattern, the way we did for Redux. We pass in what is called a provider, and for React query, it is called client provider, and then pass in a store, but for React query, it is called client. All right. And last step is we need to require the dev2s. So the import goes like that, and then below the app, pass in the React query dev2s, and then pass in initials is open, and then use false for this, meaning that we don't want to open the dev2s by default. After that, save it and let's see. And here we go. We have the dev2 over here as that. As you can see, this is similar to the Redux dev2. All right, we have access to fresh, fetching, paused, stale, inactive, and other properties given to us for free by React query. And here we have two methods or functions or responsibilities, and that is the queries and then the mutations. So anytime you make a query, for example, get method, we can see all the states over here. And for post, put, and delete also, we can see it under the mutations. Now that we have React query being configured, let's continue in the next video. Now that we have React query and React Redux being configured successfully, we are going to focus on the main logic. And we're going to begin with the login in. For the login in, we are going to use React query to do that. And for React query, we're going to use what is called use mutation, because this method involves what is called post method. So we have to implement that logic. And one thing about React query is that when using either use mutation or use query, all the functions must return a promise, because it is going to be the responsibility of React query to handle the promises by giving us all the server states like loading, error, success, caching. Because of that, I'm gonna create a folder called services, or I can name it as React query, but let me use what is called services. And the services correspond to a slice in React Redux. And each of the services represent a feature in your application. So here you're gonna have one for users, and that is authentications, profile, and others. And we're gonna have one for transactions. Let's begin with the users. We have others that include categories and others. So let's begin with the users. I'm gonna have one file called user services.js, and here we are going to create a function that's going to return a promise. But before that, I'm gonna have one folder called utils. It's going to contain other utility functions for this project. I'm gonna have one called url.js, and I'm going to export default is equal to base-url or API, which is equal to the one from the backend. In this case, this one, we need to have the common endpoint, and here it ends with version 1. So here, paste that. Supposed to be, I didn't copy it well, and then paste it here. So in the user services here, bring in the base URL. It's supposed to be const here, export const. And in the services here, bring in the base URL, and we will also need Axios. So here we're gonna have one function for logging in, and here I will say export const login in API is equal to async, then the callback function. And for logging in, we will need the user data, and that is the username, email, and password. I think for logging in, we need the email and password only. So here we have it as user data. And then bring in the Axios, or let me assign to what is called response is equal to await Axios.post. Let me use this, supposed to be Axios here as that, and then Axios.post, and then pass in the endpoint. And the endpoint here is going to be the base URL. So backtick $curly braces and then the base URL. Remember, the base URL ends with v1. And for the users, it also ends with users/login. So I'm gonna append this one to the request here as login in, and then comma, pass in the payload. Remember, we will need the email, which can be found on the user data.email, and then comma here for the password, change this one to password. or we can destructure from here as email, password, and then remove these guys as that. Alright, and here we are going to return a promise. And this is how we do it. Anytime we return a value from HTTP request that is a promise based, we are doing what is called returning a promise. So here we're going to return, on that we have the data, and that is it. We don't care about the error handling. React query is going to handle that one for us. So now we have the login in API. What has left is to call this one in the component, in this case the login in component. So let's get into the login in, which is component, users, and logged in. And in here we are going to handle a form using Formic. And I have already imported useFormic and Yop package for form validations. So here we're gonna have what is called validations. Validation, let me assign to a property called validation schema is equal to Yop dot object, and then as a function call and then the object, we are going to validate the email as email colon and then the Yop package dot string, and then on that we have what is called email, and then I'm gonna pass in invalid email, and then it's also required, and we will say that email is required. This code simply means that we are checking on the value on the email, and it must be a string and also an email, and also it must be required. Let's have one for password. I have duplicated that one and changed this one to password. So here remove this one, and we're gonna use a different method called minimum, and then as that. So here we're gonna pass in minimum of 5 characters for the password, and then the message goes like password must be at least 5 characters long. Alright, and that is it. Next step is that let's handle the form using Formic. As a function call an object, we're gonna specify what is called initial values. Then inside, we're gonna specify the initial values. As an object, we are going to specify the data that we want to send to the server. If you look at the login in, we need the email and password. So here I will say email by default, it is empty string. And then for the password also, it is also empty string. Make sure that the property in the validation matches the same thing in the initial values. After the initial values, we're gonna have what is called the validations. We bring in the validate and assign to the validation schema, which is this one. This one makes sure that the user is providing the right details. After that, we're gonna have the submit function, and it goes like on submit, and then as a callback function as that. And inside here we have access to the values, and that is the values in the individual input fields. So if I log the values here, we will see the values from the form. And for the Formic, we are going to assign to a variable called Formic, and you can name it whatever you want. And what comes back from Formic, we have all the methods, for example, handle change, blur, values, and other properties. If I log the Formic here, let's check in the console. Let me open it. And then here we have it as an object with these properties, dirty error, and then handle blur, handle change, handle submit, initial values, set errors, reset forms. All these ones are given to us by Formic. In case we are handling the form by ourselves by following the traditional way, unless we implement all these ones by ourselves. Next step is we're going to bind formic to the form. So let's locate the form here, which is this. We're going to provide on submit, and then we're going to use formic dot handle submit. You saw it in the console. And for the individual input fields, we're going to have values and then also handle change and others. And we have a utility method called getFieldProps, which is this one. Over here, we are spreading all the formic and get a method called getFieldProps. And getFieldProps take care of the values, handle change, handle blur, touched, and others. And the key note here is that make sure to provide the same property as email the same way we specified in the initial values and then the validation here. With this one, we don't need handle change, values, blur, and others. Because of this, we have spread all the methods. And this is where we are displaying the error. Let me bring it back. Here, we are accessing what is called touched on formic, and that is the email field. This means that in case the user touches the input field for the email and the user moves away, for this, we have to display an error. So here, we're going to have the error on a property called errors. I'm going to access the email. In case we have that one, then we are going to display the error message. With this one, if I refresh and enter inside and move away, for some reasons, I got props.validate is not a function. And the error is from the validation. It is not validate, but instead, it is called validation schema. Yeah, this one instead. So here, we are going to assign to our schema as validation schema. And since the property and the value are the same, we can choose to maintain one as that. Now with this, let me refresh, move inside and move away. As you can see, the error message is being triggered. Let's do the same thing for the password. So here on comment, this one, and also the displaying of the error. And this is a button for logging in. Now, if I refresh, move inside away, the errors are being triggered. And if I log in, as you can see, we didn't see the log, simply because we have the validation being in place. But if I provide something like this and password and log in, we got the values from here, which is from the onSubmit here. This is where we are going to call use mutation to log in the user. So up here, I will say mutation, and then we're going to use mutation, supposed to be use mutation from TanStack, which is this one. And then as a function call, and then the object. And in here, we're going to specify what is called mutation function. And the mutation function is the one that we have created in the services called login API. And this one must return a promise. So in the component here, I'm going to bring in the function as that. And the second property is called mutation key. And this mutation key is the same as action type in Redux. So here we're going to specify a key, and I will say login in. We will see this one in the dev2. So what comes back, I'm going to assign to what is called mutation as that. All right. And for the mutation also, if I log it, let's see what we have. And here we have it as that with the data error, is idle, is paused, is pending, is success, mutate async, and others. All these ones are given to us by the React query. So as soon as you make the request, you're going to have access to the data on all of these properties. Perfect, right? We're going to use a method called mutate to make the async request or the mutate async. So we can destructure these ones. So in here, instead of using the mutation, I'm going to destructure by using mutate async to make the async request. And then we have access to is pending, simply means it's loading, and then is error, the error itself, and then a success. Perfect, right? So in here, we are going to make the HTTP request, this, bring in the mutate async, and then pass in the values. And that is it. And for this, it's going to return a promise. Therefore, we have to consume the promise. And in here, we have access to the data that has been got returned from the server upon success. So here, I'm going to log the data. And in case we have an error also, I'm going to log the error as that. All right, with this one being in place, let's try out. So in here, I have an error, and that is mutation is not defined because I am logging it here. All right, so remove that, and I'm gonna provide any details, and let's see the kind of error. As you can see, we got beautiful error, and that is cause error. This means that we are accessing our backend API using unknown front-end application, in this case, our React application. So we have to guarantee the server that, hey server, this particular front-end is being trusted. So allow it to access that. Because of that, we are going to get back into the backend, and we are going to install a package called cause. This one is used to prevent cause issues. So let's get back to the app.js, which is this, and let's require the cause package as that, and then here I will say cause configuration or config, and it goes like this. I'm going to assign to a variable called cause options, and then specify the origin, provide an array, and in here we're going to specify the trusted front end. In this case, it is this one. So place it here and remove / from it. And last step is that we're going to plug in as a middleware as app.use, and then pass in the cause and then the cause options. With this one, it will fix that issue. So let me close the front end. That's the back end instead. And let me refresh and log in using any data here. And now we've got different error. Let's check. And on the response, on the data and the message, we have invalid login credentials. Perfect, right? So let's provide the right details. Remember, we are logging the value in the mutate async here as that. The same thing, if you log the is pending, is error itself, and success, you're going to see the same properties. All right, so let me get back to the backend, and the email here is Ben, and provide it as that, as 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let me check the password. Yeah, up to 6, and log in, and we got the same response as we do from the Postman. And let me log in from here, and also got the same result. Alright guys, this is how we can use mutation to make mutation requests like post to log in a user. Next step is that we are going to display loading and error. So let me log these ones as an object, and as that. And in here, let me remove the console log from here, and I want to see this one from the request. Let me refresh it, and then by default, let's see, is pending, and that is loading is false, there is no error, and success is false. But as soon as I log in with the right details, let's see the final result. We have error now, its error here is false, and success is true. If you check the dev2 also, under the mutations, here we have the key as login, and we got the pending 0 success 1, and there is no error. And in here also we have more details about the response. Alright, so let's display loading and success or loading. And because of that, we're going to use a component call alert, which is this one. Copy that and then place it inside the component here. As you can see, with React query, we don't care about loading and error or others. So let's get into let me resave to have the auto import in the users logging in, and let's require or import the alert message component. And for the alert message component, it's going to take in two props. The first one is a type, and that is the type of the message, either loading, error, or success, and then the actual error. And here we are going to display different color and icon based on the message and type. So in here, I have a comment as display messages. So we're going to check in case we have is pending, and that is loading. We're going to call alert message component. Let me use AND operator here. And then the type here is going to be loading, and then message as, and then let's have one for error. And that is in case we have an error, we're going to display the type here is error. And then the message, we're going to have it on the error, which is this dot response dot data dot message. If you log it, and that is the error, we can access the error on this property. And then we're going to have one for success. So here as a success, and then the type here is success. And for the message, I will say login success. All right, so let's see. Let me log in as Ben, and then the password and login success. If I log in with the wrong details, we got invalid login credentials. Let's continue in the next video. Now that we can log in using React query, next step is that we are going to place the user in our Redux store. The reason being that authentication data must be global, and that is we need to notify all the components that, hey component, we have a login user. This is where Redux comes in. Remember, we have configured Redux for dispatching. The main logic here is that we want to place the user in our store. So if you check in the store, we have the user being set to null, and that is by default. We are going to dispatch the login action and place the user in our store. So here we will check which component that we have the login user, and we're going to pass to the login action to place the user in the store. So let's locate the login in component. This is where we have the data from the API, and that is the mutate async here, and that is the .then over here. This is where we are going to dispatch the action because we have the payload here, and that is a response from the API. Because of that, let's require the login action. Let me resave to have the auto import, and that is the Redux and off slices. And let me try again. We have the auto import as that. Next step is that we have to bring in what is called use dispatch for dispatching the action. So I'm going to the structure from React Redux, and what I want is called use dispatch. And let's create instance of dispatch, which is use dispatch and assign to what is called dispatch. So in here, we're gonna call dispatch and pass in the action as login action. And remember, this one takes in the payload, and the payload here is the data here as that. So as soon as we got the data, it's going to dispatch the action and place the user in our store. Moment of truth, I'm gonna log in as Ben, and then the password and login success. And let's check our dev2, and we got the action as auth/login action. We got the auth from the create slice. Let's locate the slice here. We got it from here as the auth. And then it appended the action as /login action. This is what you see over here. And if I click on that, we have these tabs: action, state. If I click on the action, we have the action type as the login in action, and the payload is what we got from the API as that. So if you check the state, we have it as auth user, and this is the payload. Perfect, right? But let's see something here. If I refresh the page, let's see the action. We got the user being set to undefined. This is a challenge, right? At this point, our application cannot identify the login user, even though we have logged in. Because of that, we have to persist the user in our local storage. If I open the console and then the application storage and then the local storage, this is our front-end application, and we have key value pair. So we are going to save the user in the local storage. And for this, we have to determine where we have the data. And we can have it in two ways. And that is inside the action here. And that is after we dispatch the action, we can place the user into local storage. Or in the login in component, and that is after dispatching here, we can place the user in the local storage. And to make it simple, let's do it in the slice here. And one thing about reducers is that it must be pure without any side effect. Therefore, to obey the rule of reducers, let's do it in the component. So here I will say save the user into local storage. And it goes like local storage dot set item, meaning that we are setting something into the local storage and specify a property, and here I will say user info and the value that we want to save. In this case, the payload. And for this, we have to stringify using JSON.stringify and then pass in the data that we want to save. And the data here is what we got from the API as data. Now with this one, if I refresh, and to avoid typing the details, I'm going to provide it as initial values in the initial values here as ben@gmail.com, and then the password as that. And let me refresh and then log in. As you can see, we have the login user in the local storage at the same time in our store. But let's see one more challenge. If I refresh the page, we still see the data in the local storage, but in the store, it has been removed. Because of that, we have to pull the user from here and then place it in the store. And to achieve that, we are going to do it in the off slice, and that is the initial state over here. We are going to check in case we have a data in the local storage, we are going to populate that. Otherwise, we're going to use null. So here is going to be or operator here, and for this we're going to use JSON.pass, meaning that we are passing something from the local storage. And I'm going to pass in the data from the local storage as local storage.getItem, meaning getting something from the local storage, and specify the property. The property here is called user info. Make sure to type as it is, otherwise it will not work. With this one, save it, and if I refresh the page, let's see, I have the user in the storage. At the same time, I have it in the store. If I click on the init or initialize here and click on the state, this is our data in our store. Even upon refreshing, I will still see the data in the store. This means that we are persisting the login user. So at this point, a user is logged in. Next step is the login out. Let's continue in the next video. We are going to implement logging out of a user. And the whole logic is that we are going to remove the user from the local storage. But before we get into that, when a user logs in, we are going to change the navbar. And the process here is that first, we're going to check the login user in the local storage. In case we have one, then it means that a user is being logged in. So let's get into the app.js, which is this one. This is where we have the public navbar. We also have the private navbar. So let me open the navbar, which is this one, and let's bring it in the app.js. So here I will say private navbar, and the auto import is fine. If I save it, let's see, let me refresh, and we have it as that. We have two navbars. This is the public one and this is the private one. We don't want to display them at a go, but instead dynamically. So here we're going to check the login user from the local storage and then determine which one to display. And we can implement the logic in this component to get the user from the local storage. And for this logic, we may need in other components. Because of that, we are going to create a utility function to get the user from the local storage. So here I will say get user from storage. And it goes like this: const, or let me export, const get user from storage is equal to a function, and this function is gonna get the user from the local storage, and that is it. So here we'll bring in the local storage dot get item and then pass in the property as user info as we specified. The user info here is what we provided in the storage as this one. Let me show you. And that is a user info. We have to pass using the json.pass. So I will say json.pass and then paste that. And then here what I want is the token only, or better still, we can save the token only in the local storage. Don't try to save sensitive data into local storage. So for this, we can send the token only, but let's leave it as it is. You can improve this application. So in case we have one, use that, otherwise use null. So in here, let me assign to what is called token, and then we are going to return the token here. So in the app here, let's bring in get user from storage, and I will say get the token, and here is going to be call the function and then assign to token here as that. So if I log the token, let's see in the console, and let me refresh. We have now, well, let me remove this and let me see. And we have it as that. So here, let me return the token only as token dot token. For this, I'm using optional chaining to avoid using AND operator. So with this one, refresh, and we have the token over here. So in the app here, we are going to check. In case we have token, then display the private navbar. Otherwise, display the public navbar. And remove this. And here we go. We have the private navbar. And on the private navbar, we have a button called login out. So let's locate the private navbar, which is this. And down here, we have the text as before. And what I'm looking for is the login out, which is this one. So how can we implement the login out? We are going to dispatch the action to remove the user from the local storage. And this is the action. Here, we are going to empty that. And then we are going to remove the user from the local storage. So we are going to do it in the private navbar, and I will say logout handler, and it goes like const logout handler is equal to that, and here we are going to dispatch the action. So let's locate the login in component because we have the dispatch, which is this, and then in the private here bring it, and then let's import the dispatch. Well, let me copy that, which is this, that is React Redux, not here but the private one. And then let's bring in the logout action, which is this one. So in the logout here, we are going to dispatch the action as logout and then pass in nothing. And then we have to remove the user from storage. And it goes like this: local storage dot remove item, and the item here is the property called user info, and that is it. Let's bind on the button called logout, which is this, and we have one on the mobile, which is also this. Now, moment of truth. Let me refresh, and let's open the local storage. If I click on that, as you can see, it has been removed. And if you check the action here, we have it being removed. But for this, unless I refresh the page before I can see the update. And for this one, we can use the data from the store to avoid refreshing the page when a user logs out. Because in the store, anytime we have data changes, it is going to notify our component. Alright, let's get into that in the next video. Let's avoid these issues. And that is when a user logs in. Let me log in here as that. As you can see, I still have the public navbar unless I refresh the page before I will see that. And also, if I log out, even though I have been logged out, unless I refresh the page before I will see the navbar being updated. The issue here is that we are relying on the data in the local storage. So anytime the local storage got updated, we are not notifying our application using Redux. Therefore, our application will not know if the user is being logged in or logged out. So here is the logic. When a user logs in, we are going to dispatch the login action at the main entry point. Or we can pull the data from the store, and that is it. So instead of using the local storage in the app.js, let me show you here. We are using the local storage. Instead of this, we are going to pull the data from the store using what is called use selector. So here, let's bring in what is called use selector from React Redux. And use selector is a hook that is going to select pieces of data from our store. Alright, supposed to be from as that. So in here, bring in the use selector and pass in a callback function. We have access to the entire state as state, and I'm gonna log the state here, and let me assign to what is called user here as that. And if I log the user, let's check in the console. We have it as undefined because the user data here is null. If I log in, as you can see, we have it as off and we have the data inside. So we are going to return the state dot, let me use optional chaining to avoid using an operator. So in case we have the state, then take the off property. With this one, save it and let's see. And we have it as that. And let me use, or let me take the user object here or property and we have it as that. So here we can take the token or just use the data here as user. So instead of using token, we're going to use user here. Now remove this and let me log out. As you can see, it has been updated. If I log in, as you can see, it has been updated. Alright, let's continue in the next video. Before that, let me remove this one. We may need this one as we move on, so don't worry. Alright, let's continue in the next video. We are going to implement user registration. It's going to be the same process as we did for the logging in. So we have to create the services. So in the SRC services for users, I'm going to copy this one and then change this one to register and then register API. And the path here is register. And for the payload, we will need the username. So here, pass in the username as that, and that is it. As you can see, how our life is becoming much easier by reusing the previous codes. Next step is that we have to handle the form as we did for the login in. Is going to be the same process. So here I have already implemented the validations as we did for the login in. The username, email, password, confirm password, and agree to terms. Remove this one because we are not implementing the terms and conditions. So here for the confirm password, the syntax looks different. We used one of yup.reference and pass in the field name as password and then null as a second argument. And this is a message that we are going to provide. So here we will need the formic. The same thing we did for the login in. I'm going to copy that, and that is the formic here. And let me remove these logs. Copy this one back to the registration. Paste it here. Alright, make sure to import formic and yup. Alright, and then in here, we are going to remove everything from here because we are not implementing what is called login in. And for this, we will need the username. And by default, remove these ones. All right. And here is the validation schema, the submit, mutate async. So let's bring in the mutation here also, which is this. We are just reusing the previous codes. So paste it here. We are destructuring the mutate async for making the async request is pending, is success, is error from the mutation. And here is called register API. The key here is going to be register, and the form is going to be on submit, pass in formic dot handle submit. In case you are confused, I would advise you to watch the video on the login in user. And here we are displaying the error messages. So let's copy this logic as we did before and then paste it here. Require the component as a let message component. And then on the form field, uncomment these ones. Again, we have already explained this one also, this one also for the email. And then for the password, remove it, and then confirm password, uncomment, and then uncomment this one also, and that is it. So moment of truth, let me log the result in the .then here as data, and let's try. Click on logout, register, provide Emmanuel or Thomas, and use this. And as that, it must be 8 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we got login success, supposed to be registration success. So let me change this one to, I think I made it as 6 characters. Yeah, upon registration. and that is a login in instead. All right, and change this one to, let me see the message. Instead of logging in, I will say, and then register success or registration success. All right, and there we go. I'm going to log in using this log in, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. All right, now it worked. Upon registration, we want to redirect the user to the login page. So here I'm going to use effect and use navigate for navigating. So I will say use navigate from React router DOM. The auto import is not working, so let me do it manually as React router DOM and use navigate. So let's create instance of navigate and then assign to navigate, and down here I will say redirect. I'm gonna use effect to do that as a callback function, and then the dependencies I'm going to rely on the is pending, is error, is success. So here copy everything from here and then place it in the array, and in here I'm gonna use set timeout to trigger the redirecting as set timeout, and then pass in the callback function, and then the time you want to call this function after 3 seconds, and that is 3000 milliseconds. I'm gonna use if we have a success. This way we want to redirect. So here use navigate and pass in the /login. Now with this one, let's see. I'm going to log out, register, anything here just for demonstration. 1 2 3 4 5 6 success. And for some reasons I couldn't redirect. Sorry, I implemented in the login in supposed to be the registration. So copy this one and back here paste it, and let me import the use effect and the navigate also. I was using it at the wrong place, and use navigate. We will also need it in the login in to go to the profile page. So with this one, let me try again, and then the password success, and let's wait. And I have been redirected. Upon logging in, I want to redirect the user to the profile page. At the moment, it doesn't exist, so use profile over here and we will get there very soon. If I log in, success, let's wait. And I have been redirected to the profile page. Perfect, right? Let's continue in the next video. We are going to implement adding of a category. And the process is going to be the same way we did for logging in and then the registration. So first of all, we are going to render a component to display the form. And lucky for us, we have it in the template as category. Copy the entire folder and then place it in the SRC and then the component. And this is the form for adding a category. I have implemented the form for you using Formic, of which we have already done it. And here also I'm displaying the error messages as we have done it before. So let's render inside the app.js and copy and paste. Change this one to add category. And the auto import is fine over here, and change the path to add dash category. Now let's see if I click on this. For some reason it's supposed to be, I think let me check the path well. It is called add category, where for some reasons we don't see the component. So let's check in the console. And let me refresh. It says that its error is not defined. The issue here is these ones. Let me comment out the displaying of the messages, and this is the form. All right, don't worry about this warning. It is from the icon library. So here we are going to select the type and then the name as we did at the backend. If you click on the adding of category, all what we need is the name and then the type. So let's confirm that the form is working. So we are going to log the values here. And back here, refresh and select income and then the name. Let me say food. And we have it down here. In case you are confused about how to handle forms using Formic, then you can check the login section. And also I have a tutorials on my YouTube channel. Alright, so let's implement the actual services. So inside the services folder, I'm gonna have one for categories. So I'm gonna copy this one and paste, change this one to, and then the file name as category services, supposed to be services as that, or just service. I think I have to rename this one to, and I have to update the import. All right, so let's refresh it, and now we are going to have the services for the category. Here supposed to be add category as add category API. And then the endpoint here is going to be categories. Let's check. It is called categories/create as that. And here we will need the name and then the type. Change this one to name and then the type. All right, and this one is going to be fetching of categories, or let me say list categories. Let me add API at the end. So here, change this one to categories. Let me see the endpoint. It's called list. And this is get method. Remove the payload here as list. Let's use it in the component for adding category. So here we will need the mutation as we did for the login in. So we are just reusing the previous logic. So in case you are confused, I would advise you to watch the login in section. So in the component here, paste that. And for this, we will not need this patch, but we will need navigate from React router DOM, which is this one. And let me pass in the validation schema as validation schema. All right, for this, we have done it before. So in the onSubmit here, we're going to call mutate async and pass in the values. And then let's consume the promise. We have access to the data, and let's log the data here. And also for the error as catch. And let me log the error here as that. All right, so let me log the mutation or the error. Remember, we are destructuring from the use mutation here as an error. Or let me log the entire object by using is error, error, is success, and then the actual data here. I'm not sure I don't have it on that. So let me just log these ones. Or let me have a success. Okay. Save it and let's see, and we have an error that says that login API is not defined on add category line number 29. Let's confirm that. Yeah, this one, change this one to add category API. All right. Now by default we have no error. But if I add something like food, and let's see, we got validation error that says that name must be one of the following values: income or expense. Well, we have to change the validation on the name over here. Let's remove this one. We are checking for the required field only. So with this one, if I say income and if I say food and add, let's check the console. We have an error, and that is on the error. Let's see on the response. We have token expire, meaning that I'm not passing in the token upon making the request. So the same way we do at the backend or from the Postman upon creating, and that is passing in the token, we are going to do the same thing as we did by passing in authorization, bearer, and then a token over here. So let's get into the services. For the category, in here bring comma and then provide what is called headers, colon, and then authorization, colon, backtick, bring in bearer, and then our token. Have you seen the pattern? It follows the same thing over here. So if I copy this token and then place it here, no, I have to copy it well and save it. Now let's add a category and let's see, select income, and I will say salary, and we got success. All right. So instead of passing in the token manually, we can get it from the store or from the local storage. This is where our function now becomes handy for getting the user from local storage. In this case, this one. So we are going to use this function. So up here, I will say get user from local storage. And then let me add a comment as get the token, and is equal to const token is equal to get user from storage. Instead of using the hard-coded one, we are going to use backtick and then the token here as that. Perfect. And then in the component for adding, let me close the instances of this and let's open the one that we are working with, and that is the adding of category. So let me bring back the alert messages. We have these properties is error, and I think we have the component also. Now I'm gonna add new one. Let me use expense, and I will say transportation or just transport. We have an error. Alert message component is not defined. So let me bring in or resave the component to have the auto import. All right, it worked. Let me add one more. Select expense, and I will say shopping. Add category has been added. What has left is fetching of all categories. Let's get into that in the next video. We are going to display all the categories. So when I click on this link, this is the path, which means that we are going to display a component for it. And we already have the component in the component category and category list over here. Let's render this one inside the app.js by providing a route. So here, copy and paste, change this one to category list, and then the path here is called categories. Now let's see, and this is what we have. At the moment, we don't have any data. So if you check the component, I have used some dummy content here by using an array and then loop through it and display them accordingly. So instead of using this one, we are going to fetch the data from the backend and display it accordingly. This is where use query comes in. For this one, we're not going to use mutation, but instead use query from TanStack. And use query is used to make HTTP requests that involves get method, meaning that getting something from a server. So for this one, we will need the function that is going to return a promise, and we have it already in the category service, which is list of categories. And for this one also, we have to pass in the token. And let me remove the payload or the argument from here, and also bring in the headers here for the authorization, and then as the second argument to this one, object, and then paste that. Supposed to be remove this one and then paste the entire object here as that. Remember, we have the token here as that. Now that we have the function, we are going to call this one or use it in the categories component. So here, let's require the use query as an object. Remember, we have already imported from TanStack here. It follows the same format as we did for use mutation. It will take in what is called query function. And the query function here is what we have described or created in the services, and also the query key here as an array, and then provide the key, and I will say list categories. All right. So what comes back from this, we have access to what is called the data from the backend. We have its error is pending. This one is loading, and then it's success. I think it's fetched. Yeah. So when I log the data here, let's see in the console, and we have it as 5. All right. So we are going to display these ones instead of using this. So here, instead of using the array of this one, we are going to use what is called data. And that is it. Let's see. And we have it as that. Remember, we are looping through over here by passing in the key and then the name of the category. And here we are dynamically adding a color to the category. In case it is income, we are using a background color of white and text of green. Likewise, for expense, we are using red color. And this is where we are displaying the category as that. All right. And we have an icon for editing and then deleting also. And for this, we can display loading and error. So here I will say, or even in here, that is below the title, I will say, and it's going to be as in case we have is loading and operator. Then let's bring in the alert message component and provide type. This is loading, and then the message as loading. Let's have one for, I think, the entire of this one. In case it's error, change this one to error, and then it can be found on the error. Let's see if we are destructing the error here. Let me bring in here as the error. And to make our life easier, let's get into the login in, where we are displaying the error message, which is this one. Back here, for the error, replace with this one. We are passing in the error by taking the response data.message. All right, so let's refresh. And you saw the loading before you got the data. Perfect. Okay, guys. What has left is the editing and then the deleting. We are going to work on the deleting and updating of a category. And this is the process for the updating. When a user clicks on this icon, we are going to take the ID for this category and then display a component for that. as you can see over here, this is the ID of the category that we want to update. Let's look at the link for that. So in the front end, SRC, component, category, and list here, let's locate the edit icon, which is this. We are passing in the update-category and then the category ID that point to this path. Perfect, right? So we are going to display a component when this path matches. So let's get into the app.js. Before that, let's resave the update component. It is going to be the same component for adding a category. So to make our life easier, we can even copy the entire logic from here and then place it in the update. But let's move step by step. So let's get into the app.js, and in here, I'm going to have one route, change this one to update category, and the path is update-category, and then colon ID of the category. So let's see, and this is what we have. Perfect, right? So we are going to create the API services for the update. If you look at the backend, we have it as this. All what we need is to pass in the ID of the category and then the payload that we want to update. All right. So let's get into the services category, which is this one. I want the one for adding. Copy and paste. Change this one to update, and here as update category, and inside change this one to put method, and here as, let's look at the endpoint, it is update, and then the ID as $curly braces. Gonna pass in the ID of the category also as ID here, and that is it. So we are going to call this one in the update. So in here we will need the mutation. So let's get into the adding of the category. We have the logic for adding, so copy this one and then back to the update, paste that. This is for the use mutation. The difference here is to change this one to update category API, and here as update category. And next step is that you're gonna call this one in the onSubmit here as that and pass in the values. And remember, we will need the ID of the category, and lucky for us, we have it here as params. So we are going to take this ID and pass to the request. So here we're going to use what is called use params from React Router DOM. So in here, I will say params here and use params. And then we can destructure as const ID, because that is what we specified as ID here. If I make use of my ID, then here is supposed to be my ID also. All right, so let me change it back to ID, and then here back to ID also. So now we are going to log the ID to confirm that we have the ID. Let's check the console, and indeed we have the ID here. So we are going to pass the ID to the request. Because of that, we are going to restructure this one as data and spread all the values and then add the ID. So we're going to pass the data to this one, and let's resolve the promise. And here we have access to the data, and we can log it, or we can just redirect and .catch. All right, remember we have binded the submit handler, and on the form we have spread the formic properties or the methods for select and I start. Let me bring back the display of the error messages For this one, we have done it before. And let's import the component. All right. So moment of truth, refresh. And let me get back to the category list here. I want to update the groceries. Click on that and change this one to expense. And I will say for fun, update. And then here we have it being updated. Let me change the type to income. And indeed, it has been updated. What has left is the deleting. But before that, let's redirect as soon as a category is being updated to the categories page. So down here, or even in the mutate async here, we can update that. We can redirect. So here as redirect and use navigate and then go to the categories page. All right, so let me try this one to salary 2. All right, it has been updated. This one as shopping, and it has been updated. What has left is the deleting. Let's look at the endpoint. All what we need is to pass in the ID of the category that we want to delete, and that is it. So we are going to create a service for it in the categories services, which is this one. And let me copy this one, paste, change this one to delete, and then delete category API. And all what we need is the ID of the category. Change this one to delete and remove the payload. Pass in the token as that. And let's get into the component for the category list here. This one is for fetching, and I want one for deleting. We will need the same logic for adding a category. So here, copy the mutation and even the navigate for redirecting, and then paste it here. Have you seen that we have some duplications? This one is for fetching, and we have the same one from the mutation for deleting. Let me change this one to delete category. And for this, we can rename this one to use. Let me say category error. Let me make use of is, or I can even remove this one. I can rely on the error property. So here I can rename as category error. All right, and this one change to delete dash category. And we are going to create a handler for the deleting. So here I will say is equal to arrow function, pass in the ID, and then in here we're gonna call the mutate async for making the request as mutate async, and then pass in the ID, and then dot then, and let's log the error as that. So we are going to bind on the onClick here as onClick and pass in the ID of the category, and that is it. For some reasons we have an error. Let's check it out in the console. So it says that use navigate is not defined. So let me bring in the use navigate from React router DOM. I think I can place it here as use navigate. All right, there we go. Refresh, delete the first one as fun. We have an error. Let's see response data, and we have an HTML. This is weird, right? It can happen that I'm using wrong method. Supposed to be delete method here. Okay, refresh, try again. I got an error. it says that cast to object ID failed for the value of undefined. So we have to modify the delete here. Instead of destruction, let's pass in as that, because in the categories list here, we are not passing in as an object, but instead just a string. All right, which is this one over here. Now it will fix the issue. Let me try again. Let me refresh, and now the fun is gone. But I don't want to refresh the page before seeing the update. This is where refetch method from React query comes in. As you can see how React query is making our life easier. So in here for the fetching, we have a method called refetch. This means that as soon as a category is being deleted, we want to refetch as refetch here, which is this one as a function call. Now with this one being in place, refresh, close this, and then food delete. It is gone, it is gone, and it is gone. Update, change this one to food, and then update. It worked. I can add more. I will say salary, add, go to the list. And for this, as soon as I add a category, I want to go to the category list. All right, so let's get into the adding of the category. Let's locate the mutation here the same way we did for the, let me see. Yeah, I think we can do it here by redirecting. So here, use navigate and then pass in the categories. Let's see, in case I have the use navigate, I have it here, and this is the instance of it. Let me add one more. I will say shopping, and I have been redirected. Delete, update, they are all working. We are going to work on the adding of a transaction. So when I click on this link, I want to display a component for that. And lucky for us, we have the template in the transactions here. Copy the entire folder, and in the SRC component, paste that. We have this component for filtering, the chart, the form, and then the list. Let's begin with the adding of transaction, which is this form. The process is going to be the same as we did for the login in and then the category. But in case you didn't watch the video on the login in, because we took our time to explain the logic behind it using use mutation and formic. At this point, we are just going to reuse the previous codes. So we are going to display this component as transaction form. So let's get into the app.js and then copy one of these as transaction form. Let me see the import. I have it here. It's going to be as add-transaction. Let's see. Let me refresh. I think I have an error. Let me check it out here. And we have formic is not defined. So let's get into the adding of a category. Let's copy the formic instance, which is this one. Let me remove the console logs. The process is going to be the same. And in here, paste that. All right. And then remove the, or let me comment out the mutate async. It's going to be the same thing. So let's see, and we have the form as that. And that is the type, the amount, the category, the date, description as that. So let's begin with the type. Remember, we have the validations here as type, and then the amount, and then the category, the date, and then the description as that. So let's see the processes involved. We can get, I think I have an error again. category is not defined. Let me see. It's supposed to be colon and then colon, and using empty values as that, comma here, and then comma here as that, and this is the form. So let's see. For the form, we have the type here, the amount, the category, the date, and then the description. What we need is the category. So what I want is that I want to display all the categories from here inside this field. So it means that we are going to fetch all the categories inside the add transaction, and we already have the logic in the category list, which is this one. This one fetches all the categories. So let's copy everything from here and add the transaction component, paste that, and let's require the API and then use query. I think we have the use query. We don't have it here, so let's also require the use query. Let me copy and paste this one and then paste it here. We are accessing the mutation and then the use query. So let's see the structure for the form. I have already binded using the formic as we have done it before. This is for the type, and here it can be either income or expense, and this is the displaying of the error, and this is the amount field, and this is displaying of error, and here is where we are going to loop through the category list to display them accordingly. So now we have the categories here. Let's check, and that is the data over here. Let me log it one more time, and let's see the categories, and these are the categories, and that is 2 categories which correspond to these ones. So let's get back to the field, and that is for the categories, which is this one. So in here we are going to loop through the categories, and it goes like data. Remember, this is a category, and I'm going to use map method, and then we have access to the individual category, and we are going to return and then pass in the name as category.name. I'm using question mark, which is for optional chaining to avoid using AND operator. And let's have the key as category._id, and then provide the value. It can be found on the category.name. All right. So with this one, let's see, add transaction category, and we have these categories. If I add one more category as transport, which is expense, add, and then let me get back to the transaction. As you can see, we have it here as transport. Now we can access these values and the date, the description, and let me log the values in the form under the onSubmit here, and submit. Let me check. We have the properties here. So it's time for us to send this data to the API. So we have to create the API services for it. Let me close the instances for this one. Front end, SRC, services, transactions. We have empty data here. So let me copy the one for categories and paste it here. Change this one to transaction service. And let's begin with the first one for adding. I will say add transaction, and this is post method. And for this one, I'm gonna pass in the type and then remove this one. I'm gonna pass in the category and also the date, the description, and then the amount. So let's pass it here as that, and this is the token. The endpoint here is going to be transactions. Let me check the endpoint well, which is create. All right. So let's get into the transaction component and transaction form. All right. So let's bring in the mutation. Let's remove the log. And to make our life easier, let's use the one from the category. It follows the same format. Paste it here. All right, so let me change or rename this one to transaction error, or we can even rely on the error as transaction error and change this one to add transaction API, the key as add transaction. All right. And in the onSubmit here, let me bring back this one. We have done it before. We are passing in the values, and then after that we are going to redirect. But before that, let's log the data here to confirm the success for the creation. We have a beautiful error. Use navigate is not defined. Let's use this one on the form, and let's see, we have it now. Moment of truth, income, the amount is 200, the category is salary, the date, description, my salary, and submit. And we have the data here as that. Perfect, right? If I check it from the backend for the list, let's see. As you can see, we got it here as type, category, and then the description as my salary. Let's also display the error messages. I think we have it already. No, so let's also display the messages. I'm going to copy this one over here for displaying the error messages, and let's import the component, and I will say transaction added successfully. All right, so let me add one more, income, or let me use expense for this one as 900 as food. The date is this, and bought food, and transaction added. What has left is the listing of the transactions, so it means that we are going to work on the dashboard. We are going to work on the dashboard. This is where we are going to display all the transactions and a chart. So let's begin with the transactions list. So we are going to display the dashboard component, and inside the SRC component, and for users, we have what is called dashboard. And this component is going to take the chart and then the transactions, and I've named it as filter section. And this one is for listing of the transactions. To make it more descriptive, I'm going to change the name. We don't need the transaction list, so let me copy the name before deleting as that, and let me rename this one to transactions list, and the component as that, and as that. And in the dashboard, we are going to use the transactions list. So this one as transaction list. All right, and remove this one. Perfect. So let's display this component in the app.js dashboard, and the path here is dashboard, and we have it as that. Let's begin with the displaying of the transactions. So let's get into the transactions list. Let me show you the component. We have the filtering here, and that is the start date, end date, the type, and then the category. And this is where we are going to loop through and display the individual transactions, which means that we have to make a request to fetch all the transactions. So we have to create a service for it in the services transactions, which is this one. And let me collapse this one, and then let me locate the one for listing, which is this. This one is going to be list transactions, and let's look at the path. It is transactions/list, and that is it. So we are going to call this one in the transaction list component, and we're going to use the same logic in the category list here for the use query. Copy that back to the transaction list, and then paste that. Change this one to list transactions API as transactions, and let me log the data here. Let's see in the console, and we have it as that, and that is for transactions. Let me rename this one to transactions to make it more descriptive as that. All right, so we are going to loop through this one. So down here on comment, the map logic for this one, we have done it before. All what we are doing over here is to loop through the transactions, and then for the key we are using the ID of the transaction, and then the date by using a method on the date, and that is to logout date string. And in here we are displaying the category either expense or income by adding a text of green and red for expense, and this is the ID by using this one, and that is it with this. Let's see, refresh, and we have the transactions here. If I add one more transaction, I don't have a category here. Let me add a category called gift, income, transaction. I have it here as gift, added, and then submit. I think I have to select income amount, and then it has been added. Dashboard, I have it being added as that. So what has left is the filtering, the edit, and delete. And I can filter by start date, end date, the type, or by category. So it means that we are going to display all the categories in this input field, as we did for the adding of transaction. As you can see here, we are going to do the same thing in the transaction list dashboard. So let's locate the transaction list, which is this one, and let's find the category section, not this one. Yeah, this one, which is this. We are going to loop through it as we did for the adding of transaction. So let's locate the adding of transaction. We will need the one for fetching the categories, which is this one. Let's get into the transaction list. and then place it here. We have some duplications. I'm gonna rename this one to, I can even remove its error and just rely on the error property. I will say category loading and then remove is fetched. And I will say category error, and I can even remove this one. Let's import the API and rename this one to categories data. And then let's see how we are looping through. This is a category. Yeah, this one. So copy this one back to the list. And in the transaction list for the category, which is between the select here, paste that. Change this one to categories data. And let's see if I go to dashboard and we have them as that. As soon as we select any of these ones, we are going to filter these ones. Let's continue in the next video. We are going to implement filtering of transaction by either start date, end date, types, and categories. And before we get into that, for the categories, we are going to take into consideration what is called uncategorized and all. Because at the back end, we have that logic. Let me show you in the transaction and for fetching of the transaction, which is this. So in this case, if a user provide all, we are going to return all the transactions, and also the user can provide uncategorized, we have to return those transactions. Because of that, we have to find a way to allow the user to select all or uncategorized. Because of that, we are going to modify the component on the front end, SRC component, transactions, and transaction list. This is where we have the categories. So up here, I'm going to provide option, and then inside I will say all categories, and for the value we're going to specify all, and then we're going to have one for the uncategorized. So here as uncategorized, and the value is equal to uncategorized. Let me refresh, and I have all categories and uncategorized. The next step is that we have to find a way to take these values, and that is as soon as a user selects either this or that, we are going to take that one to make the request to filter the transactions. Because of that, we have to manage internal state for the filtering, and we are going to use state for this, and then as an object, and here you're going to specify the start date. By default it is empty string, and then the end date, and you also pass in the type, and then next one is the category. So let me assign to what is called filters and set filters. So if I lock the filters, I will see all the filters inside. Next step is that we are going to implement handle filter change, and it's going to be as const handle filter change. And for the handle change, we have two options. Either we create individual handle change for each of the filters, or we can create one filter that can be used on all the input fields, either start date, end, type, or category. And we're going to create one handle change for all. So in here we have access to the event, and here I'm going to log the event. Now it's time for us to use this one. So let's begin with the start date. So here we're going to provide the value, and the value can be found on the filters dot start date. And then the on change, we are going to use the handle change. with this one, let me open the console, refresh, and if I select this, as you can see that the event has been triggered. And in here, all what I want is a value for this one. And I'll show you how we are going to get it. So it means that we have to bind to each of these ones. So I'm going to copy this back to the end date, change this one to end date, and then for the type, change this one to type, and then for the category, change this one to category, and that is it. So let me refresh. When I select the uncategorized, as you can see, the event has been triggered. Likewise for the type, the end date, and then the start date. So now we are going to take the values from this event. So back to the handle filter change, we have the event here. And in here, all what I want is the name and then the value. Before that, let me log event.target, and let's see, let me refresh, select the start date. As you can see, this is a target, and for this I can get the name and then the value. Likewise, the category, I have the target. At the same time, you can get the name as category and then the value. Remember, at the backend, we have to send both the property and then the value. So in here, we are going to destructure the event.target. So here as const, destructure that is equal to this one. What we want to destructure is the name. We want the values for each of the name. For this one, it is called start date. The name value for this is end date. Likewise, this is the type. So in here, I can also get the actual value. So if I log the name and then the value, let's see, it's going to be key value per. Refresh, start date, we got it as the name is start date and the value is this. The end date, we have it. The type, we have it. And then the food, we have it. So now we have these values that we can send to the API. So we have to update the state because we are going to send the filters to the API. So in here, I'm going to take set filters. I'm going to pass in a callback function, and in here we have access to the previous state, and I'm going to update by using object and spread all the previous data, and then I'm going to update using key value per by using the square bracket and provide the name as a key and then the actual value as a value. All right. So with this one, if I log the filters, let's see, refresh, and here we got the filters as that. But if I update this one, as you can see, it has been updated, and I can filter by transport, filter by income, or the end date. Now we have the values that we want to use to filter. Next step is that how can we pass this one to the API? And lucky for us, we have the filters here, and we can pass the filters to the query here. So as a second argument to the query key here, we're going to pass in what is called the filters. The reason being that we want to find a way to pass the filters to the API. Because of that, we need to modify this one by calling the function here and pass in the filters and comma here. Now, in the API, we have access to the filters, but at the moment, we don't have that logic. So it's supposed to be on the transaction instead, but not this one. So let me undo and this one instead. So here as that, and then pass in the filters, and then comma here, and then the filters. This is how we can call use query and pass in additional payload. So now in the transaction list here, let's get to the services transaction, which is this. At the moment, we don't have a way to access the payload or the filters. To be able to access the values from the query in the function itself, we're going to pass it here as filters. And now, how can we append as query string as we did at the API? Here, we provide question mark, and let's say that category is equal to food. Here, we are passing in as query string. So how can we pass the same thing on the front end? And Axios makes it easy to do that by using what is called params. Alright, and for the params, we are going to assign to the following. And that is the start date, end date, and the type. Because of that, we can destructure from here as category, comma here, the type, and then the start date, end date. Yeah, so in here, we're going to pass in the category, the end date, the start date, the type, and comma here. Perfect. With this one being in place, let's see the magic. Let me refresh. All right, and let me filter by food. As you can see, it has been filtered. How awesome React query is. And I can also filter by uncategorized. We have to, and also all, and we got all the transactions. I can filter by type, I got it, by expense, I got it, and then I can select all, this one also all type here, and I can filter by start date. There is no transaction within that date. I have it as that, the end date, and for this, I got that. Now the filterings are working. We are going to add displaying of a chart in our application. It is going to help us to visualize the total expenses and total income. And we are going to use chart.js for this one. Before that, let's display the component for that. And this is where we are going to display the chart. If you look inside the dashboard for the users, components, users, and this one, we have the chart here, and this is the transaction list. If we open the chart, we have empty skeleton. This is where we are going to implement the chart. And like I said, we are going to use chart.js. If you search for chart.js, this is the official website. And this is for JavaScript. But we want this in our React application. And lucky for us, we have a package, and that is React.js 2 for React application. We are going to install the two packages. The first one is the main one, and the next one is going to be for React application, which means that this package was built on top of the chart.js. So if you click on the get started, let's see the installation, which is this. We're going to install as chart.js, copy that, and then back to our application for the front end, shut down and paste. And let's also install React, and that is this one, which is React.js, and even this one will install both the chart.js and then the React.js. So supposed to be React chart.js instead. So copy that and then paste that and hit enter. All right, it is done. Let me clear it and let's continue. The next step is that make sure to copy the import up to this side, or copy the entire of this, and back here paste that. Remove this one. We are requiring chart as chart.js, the anchor element, tooltip, and legend from chart.js. And the kind of chart that we want is called donut. To know more about the kind of chart that you can use, let's get to the official website, and that is the chart types. We have area chart, bar chart, bubble chart, line chart, and others. We are going to use donut. Alright, so let me show you how to do that. Next step is that we need to fetch all the transactions. In that way, we can calculate the sum of expenses and then the income so that we can plot it on the chart. Let's get into the transaction list, which is this one. We are going to copy this logic for fetching the transactions. Copy that back here, paste that, and let's require and also use query unless I import it manually, which is this one. I don't need the mutation here. And for this, let's ignore the filtering because it is optional. In this component, I want to display all the transactions. So if I log the transactions, let's see in the console, we have 5 transactions, which are these ones. So we are going to calculate total income and total expenses. And for this, we're going to use JavaScript reduce method to get it done. So I will say, and it goes like this: const totals is equal to transactions. On that, we're going to use a method called reduce. And reduce is a method in JavaScript that we can use to work on arrays. And this method is used to reduce an array to a single value, and this is what we want. We are going to sum up all the total income and then the total expenses together. So in here, we're going to pass in a callback function as start. And inside, you're going to have access to the accumulator and then the transaction. We often use what is called current as the second argument, and this is the accumulator. So we are going to return and make some condition that if the transaction dot type is equal to income, then we are going to add up all the total income. So here is going to be as accumulator. Remember, this one represents the individual transaction. On that, we have the income. We are going to add up by using the plus incrementer as plus equal to the transaction dot amount. And I'm going to use optional chaining, and that is bringing in the question mark as that. Likewise this to avoid using AND operator. Else here, the accumulator dot expense is plus equal to transaction dot amount. And as a second argument to reduce, we're going to pass in what is called initializer. And in here, the initial value is going to be income. By default, it is 0. And expense is also by default, it is 0. So we are going to return the accumulator. So below the else here, we are going to return the accumulator. So if I log the totals, which is this one, let's see the magic. Refresh, and we have it as income is this, and then expense is also this. Now that we have the total expenses and total income, it is time for us to plot the data into the graph or to the chart. Let's continue in the next video. Now that we have gotten the total income and total expense, we are going to display it on a chart. And before that, unless we have well-structured data format the way the chart wants. Because of that, we're going to have data structure for our chart. And it goes like this: const data is equal to object. And in here, you're going to specify what is called labels. And it's going to be an array by providing income and then expense. And comma here, I'm gonna provide what is called data set. And it's going to be an array of objects. We're gonna provide label, and the label here is going to be transactions. After that, we're gonna have the actual data as an array, and the data can be found on the totals.income and then the expense. So here as totals.income, comma here totals and then dot expense. This is what we want to plot it on the chart. And provide a background color and then border color of these colors, and border width, I'm gonna use 1, and hover offset. And next step is going to be the options. So let me collapse that one, and here as const options is equal to an object by providing what is called maintain aspect ratio. And let's have the plugins. These are just configuration from the package as an object by providing what is called legend, and the legend also an object by providing position, and position here is the button, and then provide labels as an object by providing padding of 25, box width of 12, and then font, provide a size of 14. After the legend, you're gonna have one for title as that object. Then inside, bring in display, assign to true, and then let's provide text as income versus expense, and then provide font as an object, size of 18, and then weight, let me use bold, and padding at the top, provide 10, and then bottom, provide 30, and last property here is called cutout, and I'm gonna use 70%. Alright, so in here, let's bring in the chart as donut. And for this, we're gonna pass in two values or props. The first one is the data. And the data here is what we have configured up here as data. And then the options is equal to our options. And that is it. With this one, let's see the magic. Let me refresh, and here we go. We have our start. If I hover my mouse on the chart, for the expense it is 1,200, and for income is this. I'm gonna add more expenses to see how it will behave. So transaction, expense, amount, I'm gonna use and submit. Let's get to the dashboard, and now I got more expenses. We are going to work on the user profile, and this is where the user can change his or her password and also update his profile. First of all, let's look at the API that we are going to hit. In this case, it is called change password and update profile. So first of all, let's render the component for rendering the forms. And lucky for us, we have the component in the template as users, which is update profile and then the user profile. And I have already placed it in the users component, SRC component, users, and here is the user profile. If you look at the structure, which is this one, first of all, let's render it before you can see it in action. So let's get into the app.js and bring in the profile, supposed to be user profile, and the path is profile. And let's see, we have something like this. This is a static text. We are going to make it dynamic, and this is a form for updating the user profile details, and this is a form for changing the password. I have rendered the change of password component inside the user profile. Let's locate the user profile. This is where I am placing the update password, which is this component with only one input field with a password. I have already configured the formic for you, and we have already done this one. So now the next step is that we are going to make things happen by creating the API services. Let's begin with the changing of the password. So let's get into the password update. And over here, like I said, that I have already implemented the formic by having the validations, the initial values, and then I have binded the onSubmit and then the formic fields, and this is where I'm displaying the error messages. Alright, so with this one, I'm logging the values in the onSubmit. So let's try out. Open the console, refresh, and if I say this password, now I got it here as start. And let's look at this warning. It says that a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. The issue here is that in the initial values here, I'm using password, but for the get field props, I'm using email. So change this one to password. Now this one will fix that issue. Let me try again, and I got it. Likewise, this one, if I say something like this and submit, I got it because I have already implemented the form for you. What has left is the main logic. Again, for this one, we have done it many times. So let's focus on the main logic. We are going to create API services for it. So in the services for the users, which is this, I'm going to copy one of these, and this one is change password. And I will say, let's look at the endpoint. It is this one, copy that. I think it ends with, let me see, it ends with change password. So remove this one, change to password, and this is put method. And for this, we will need the password only. So let me remove the destruction, and then remove this one and this one. All right, we are done with that. The next one is going to be the profile. So copy that, and here as update profile, and it is put method. For the profile, we need the email and then the username without the password, and remove this one. Perfect. Now we have these two API services. So let's begin with the update. We are going to have mutation for it. So let's get into the login in logic. This is where we have the mutation logic. Copy that back here, and then let me bring it up here, paste that, and let's change this one to change password API, the key as change dash password, and use mutation also here. Let me remove this for the initial value, and this is where we're going to use mutate async for changing the password as mutate async. Pass in the values dot then the error as that, and let's log the data inside the dot then to make sure that everything is working fine. Moment of truth. Refresh. I'm gonna change this one to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Change. I got an error. I forgot to pass in the token. I believe that, yes indeed, we have to pass in the token. So let's get into the services where we need the token. I'm not sure for this ones, we don't have the token here. Let's get into the transactions. Let me copy this function for getting the token. And for this one, we have done it many times. So we are just reusing it over here. And then transaction here. Let's copy the headers here. And then up here or inside the services. For update, bring comma here and paste that. Likewise, the password, we have to pass in the token. Alright, now it will fix the issue. Let me change to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I got an error also. Illegal argument undefined. Let me make sure that I have access to the password over here. Let me log the password in the services. I have the password. The issue is the property I'm using. At the backend, we used what is called new password. If you get into the user's controller for changing the password, let me show you. We used what is called new password. So we have to modify it. So for this one, I'm going to assign or change this one to new password. As that. All right. Now let's try again. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. And I still got this error. Well, this is not a string. And that is the way I'm passing in the values here. I need to pass in the password only. So here as dot password. Yeah, so this one will fix the issue. Let me clear it and try again. And this time around, password changed successfully. If I log in with the previous one, let me get back here, log out, log in with the previous one. I got invalid. But if I provide 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, now it worked. We are also going to implement updating of the user profile. But before we get into that, let's improve the changing of the password. And that is, as soon as a user changes his or her password, we have to log out the user. So let's do that. We already have the logic for logging out, and that is our Redux action. So let's get into the navbar private. This is the logic for logging out the user. All what we need is the dispatching of the action, and then also remove the user from the local storage. So copy that, and let's get into the users and update password. And inside the mutate here, as soon as we got the response, we are going to log out the user. Therefore, we will need the action. The auto import is not working unless I resave. All right, let me try again. Now it worked. We will also need the dispatch. Copy, use dispatch, and then place it there, an instance of dispatch. And let me have some space, place it here. All right, this is where we are logging out by dispatching the action and remove the user from local storage. Now I'm going to log in as a new user using this account. All right, so I'm going to change the password to something like 112233 and update. And as you can see, I have been logged out. That is why I have the public navbar. If I check the console, I think I'm not logging anything. If I try again, I'm going to have an error because I have logged out. Let's see. And as you can see, I got the error, and that is token expired, meaning that I'm not logged in. We will find a way to protect the private component at the moment. Let's focus on the updating. So what has left is the user details. It's going to be the same thing. So let's get into the user profile itself. And here I have handled the form for you. So let's go through. This is the username. And then this is the email. All right, so we are good to go. And to make our life easier, we're going to use the same logic for the updating of the password. Inside the onSubmit, I'm going to copy everything and place it inside the onSubmit for this one. All right, so let me remove one of these curly braces. And let's bring in the mutation, which is this. And then up here, paste that. Let me import the mutation. Also here, for this, let's remove the logging out. Just log the data here as that. Next step is that we have to change the API service to update profile API. And that is it. But here, I'm going to pass in the entire object, moment of truth, unless I log in. And if I go to the profile, let me refresh. If I change this one to Emmanuel, I got an error. Let's see the error message. 404 not found. The endpoint is update profile. Copy that. The API services, which is this, users, and update, change this one to that, moment of truth, refresh, and then change. I got an error. Let's see. I got this error, and that is find executor error during the find and modify, which means that I have the same username that already exists. So let me change this one to Emmanuel2. And now profile has been updated. And let me change the email to Thomas and remove this one. And profile has been updated. So I'm going to log out and log in with this one instead of the SSS. Log in, invalid, 112233. And now it worked. What has left is that we can display the user details. That is the information about the user, just the username and then the email. For this one, I'm not going to do it, so you can create an API endpoint to fetch the single user and then place it here as that. So I'm going to remove that one from here. I will just use welcome and then remove this one. All right. So let's also display the error messages. So in here, I will say display messages or just message. And we have the logic already in the login in component. Let's get into the users, log in, and then display messages. Copy this back to the profile, paste that. Let's import the component, and here I will say updating and then the error and then the success. I will say updated successfully. All right, let me try again. And updated successfully. Likewise, the password failed. Copy this one update password, and in here, paste that. All right, updating, and then password updated successfully. Let me try again. And I got email path is required. So we have to modify the backend. This simply means that we are trying to update the user using the password field only. So we have to provide the email also. So we can avoid this. So inside the users controller, and then let's locate the updating of the user password. So in here, before saving, we can deactivate the validation by passing in what is called validate before saving, and we will say false. For this one, we are going to bypassing the validation on the schema. Now let me try again, and now it worked. Likewise, the update of the profile, which is this one. No, I think I have the controller for fetching the user profile, so you can make use of this one to display the username and email. Let me locate the password, this one, and there's a profile. Okay, for this I'm using find by ID and update, so there will be no problem. Perfect, right? So guys, what has left is that we have to protect some of these endpoints. In case you are logged out, you're not going to show these components. Let's continue in the next video. We are going to improve this application by protecting some of these components that are private. At the moment, even if I log out and if I try to access the profile component, I can still see it. I can also go to dashboard, but I don't have any data yet. So we have to protect these components. And to achieve this one, unless we modify the way React Router DOM renders the component. If you get into the component, not this one, but instead the app.js, this is by default how React Router DOM renders the component. So the whole logic is that we are going to make sure that a user is logged in before displaying this component. This is where high order component comes in. And high order component simply means that it is a component that takes in a different component as a prop. So let me show you how to do it. In the component here, I'm going to have one folder called off. And then I'm going to have one file as off route, meaning authenticated route. This is going to be a normal function, and that is a component. I have to rename it as JSX because I am using Vite. All right. So I'm going to scaffold the components. We are going to allow this component to render this component based on some conditions. So in here, how are we going to do it? We have access to what is called children. And children are going to be the individual component that we are going to pass in upon calling the off route. In this case, the children represent each of these components. All right. So with this one being in place, I'm going to return what is called the children. So remove this one and then return children. With this one, how are we going to use it? Let's get into the app.js and let's bring in the off route, which is this one. And then we will look at the component that we want to protect. In this case, it starts from here with the exception of the home page and then the login in, and lastly, the register that are going to be public. So let's begin with the user profile. We are going to modify the way React Router DOM is rendering our component. Instead of this one, we are going to allow our custom route or component to render the component as that. And inside, we place the component. So this is what we call the children that represent this one, and this is where we are rendering the component. With this one, if I save it and I go to profile page, I still see it as that. But now we have more control, and that is inside the off route here. We can determine when to render the children. So here, if I say by mimicking something like is logged in is equal to false. So here, we're going to make a condition that in case is logged in, then we are going to return the component, else I'm going to return by saying h1. So let's see the action, and we got not authorized. I cannot see the component because I am returning something like this, but not the children. Now we need to find a way to make sure that indeed a user is logged in. And we have the logic, and that is get a user from local storage, which is inside the utils, and then this one. So here I'm going to require get user from local storage. And for this one, we have done it already. So in here, I will say, which is equal to a function call, and then const token is equal to that. Instead of logging in, we're going to use token over here as that. Now with this one, let's see, as you can see, I'm still on the not authorized. Instead of using this one, we are going to redirect the user to the login page in case the user is not logged in. This is where we're going to use what is called use navigate from React router DOM as React router DOM, and let's do structure use navigate. So in here, I'm going to pass in the component as navigate, and then pass in one prop, and that is to attribute. We want to push the user to the login page as login. With this one, save it, and let's see. Refresh. For some reasons, I'm not being pushed. Supposed to be navigate instead, but not use navigate. This one, yeah. Save it, and let's see, and I'm on the login page. If I go to dashboard, I can still go there, so we have to protect that. The same way we did for the user profile, it's going to be the same thing. So let me locate the dashboard, which is this, cut it from here, off route, and then place it inside as a child or children, and now it has been protected. Likewise, the adding of the transaction off route, paste that, update category, paste that, category list, paste that, and then add category, paste that, with exception of the hero section, that is the home page, login in, and then the registration. Alright guys, here ends this project.